Keeping together is progress. Working together is success. Research is to see what everybody else has seen and to think what nobody else has thought. Research is what I'm doing when I don't know what I'm doing. Respected Chancellor, Trustee Ma'am, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. P. Dhananjayan, respected Registrar, Dr. L. Mahesh Kumar, President, Founder, Indian Spectrophysics Association, and our beloved Dean, Research and Development, Dr. S. Gunashekharan, our beloved Dean, Arts and Science and Management Studies, Major Dr. M. Venkatramanan, eminent Chief Guest, Dr. M. N. Ponnusamy, Emeritus Professor, Center of Advanced Crystallography in Biophysics, University of Madras, Professor C.K. Jayashankar, UGC BSR Faculty Fellow, Department of Physics, Venkateshwara University, Tirupati. I am delighted and honored to extend an hearty welcome to one and all present here. On behalf of the management, Vice Chancellor, Registrar, Deans, and on my own behalf, I extend a very, very warm welcome to this 2 days National Virtual Conference on Recent Advances in Material Science, organized by the Departments of Physics and Chemistry, sponsored by All India Council for Technical Education, and in collaboration with Indian Spectrophysics Association, ISPA. A strong woman stands up for herself. A stronger woman stands up for others. We have a chancellor and trustee who stands an example for stronger women and stands up for us. First and foremost, I would take this opportunity to welcome our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. T. Bhanumati, and our trustee, Dr. T. Lasya. Welcome, ma'am. Leadership is action, not position. A man whose words for the saying, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. P. Dhananjayan, sir. I'm delighted to welcome you, sir. Welcome you, sir. Leadership is about making others better as a result of your presence and making sure that impact lasts in your absence. Our beloved registrar is one such leader, dynamic personality who always encourages us. And I still remember that when we started applying for AICT funds, I was little hesitant to apply, but then he said like, no, Stella, you apply. And he gave all the support and encouragement on that day. So he motivated and he was with us over the phone at the last moment and made us to apply. Sir, with gratitude, I extend a very, very warm welcome to you, sir. True leaders don't create followers. They create more leaders. Learn characters from trees, values from roots, and change from leaves. A man who makes roots so deep as banyan tree so that no one can uproot him. Yes, I'm talking about our beloved President Founder ISPA, Dr. S. Gunashekharan, and also the Dean, Research and Development of St. Peter's Institute of Higher Education and Research, who has created more leaders and produced nearly about 79 scholars and still working untiringly to create more leaders, who is the instrumental behind this conference and has put lots of efforts and inputs to make this conference a grand success. Sir, with a very, very open heart, I extend my heartfelt gratitude and a very, very warm welcome to you, sir. When we read about crystals, as I am also a crystal grower, it says, you are such a perfect little arrangement of atoms. The same goes well with our chief guest, Dr. M. N. Ponnusamy, sir, Emeritus Professor, who is a crystallographer by himself, a perfect, simple, down-to-earth person, whom, when I was doing my MPhil, was longing to do my project under him. But unfortunately, he was very, very busy and like most students were doing under him. So I did not get a chance to do my project under sir. Sir, I take this opportunity to extend a cordial welcome to you, sir. We are waiting to hear your inaugural address. I also would like to welcome Professor C.K. Jayashankar, UGC BSR Faculty Fellow, Department of Physics, Sri Venkateshwara University, Tirupati, who will be delivering the keynote address. Sir, I welcome you for our conference. I would like to welcome all the eminent speakers and guests from all over the country, from different walks of life, who have come to share their knowledge and vast experience with the student community who will be delivering their talks in the technical sessions. It is my pleasure to welcome all the participants, research scholars, scientists, students from different universities, institutes, colleges who have gathered in this virtual platform. And this is the first conference which is completely conducted on a digital platform of our department in line with the social distancing norms due to COVID-19 pandemic. The theme of this 2 days National Virtual Conference on recent advances in material science is to have an insight on the development of the new materials to be applied in materials research. We are proud to announce that this conference is being conducted on a virtual platform with the funding from AICTE and in collaboration with ISPA. We are also proud in conferring the various awards such as Veteran Scientist Award, Lifetime Achievement Award, and Dr. S. Gunashekharan Award in collaboration with ISPA in this conference. I also extend a very, very warm welcome to all the awardees who are waiting to receive their awards during the forthcoming conference. I also would like to extend a very, very warm welcome to the heads of various departments, faculty members, students, friends. All that starts well ends well. Hence, the common facts of today are the products of yesterday's research. So I believe that this conference would bring out the facts so that the research of yesterday can be researched today. Once again, on behalf of the organizers and on behalf of St. Peter's Institute of Higher Education and Research, I extend a very, very warm welcome to all for this 2 days National Virtual Conference on recent advances in material science. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you. Before a leader, before you are a leader, success is all about growing yourself. When you become a leader, success is all about growing others. Here is a man who is successful because of making 79 people to grow and stands here as a banyan tree, who is none other than our beloved president of ISPA, Tansa Awadi, and Dean Research and Development of SPIHER, Dr. S. Gunashekharan. Sir, I welcome you to deliver the prime address.
Honorable Chancellor of this great St. Peter's Institute of Higher Education and Research, Honorable Trustee, our beloved and most respected Honorable Professor P. Dhananjayan, Vice Chancellor of this university, our chief guest, my elder brother, Professor Yamman Punnusamy, and our guest of honor, my good friend, Professor C.K. Jaishankar, my good friend, Dr. L. Magesh Kumar, the great registrar of this institute, my beloved friend, Major Professor M. Venkatraman, Dean of Arts and Science and Management, and convener of this conference, Professor Dr. S. Stella Mary, co-convener of this mega event, Professor Dr. Saida Sultana, organizing secretary of the conference, Mrs. R. Mahalakshmi, distinguished speakers of this 2-day webinar, Dr. C. Sagar from Alagappa University, Professor N. Vijayan from National Physical Laboratory of New Delhi, Professor Abhijit Sakravarti from West Bengal, and Professor M. Selvapandian from Periyar University, Professor S. Srinivasan from Presidency College, Professor S. Kumaresan from Chayar Government College, my beloved friend Dr. Muthu Senthil Pandian from SSN College, and eminent awardees, ISPA awardees, that is ISPA Veteran Scientist Awardee, Professor Jagadish Bhattacharya, ISPA Lifetime Achievement Awardees, Professor J. Jayabharati from Annamalai University, Professor Rita John, Professor from the University of Madras, ISPA Dr. S. Gunasekaran Awardees, my beloved students, Professor Dr. A. Kala, Professor R. Radhika, dear members of ISPA, and learned members of the Department of Physics and Chemistry, professors from various departments, and professors from various institutions throughout Tamil Nadu, including India, dear participants, delegates, dear young budding scientists, Vanakkam, Vantanam, Namaste, Namaskar, Suswagatam, and good morning to one and all. I deem it a great pleasure to have involved myself as one among you with this two-day National Virtual Conference on Recent Advances in Material Science, NVCRAMS 2021, organized by the Departments of Physics and Chemistry of this esteemed institute, St. Peter's Institute of Higher Education Research, in collaboration with the Indian Spectrophysics Association, sponsored by All India Council for Technical Education. It is my pleasant privilege and proud duty to join with Professor Stella Mary, HOD of Physics, to extend a cordial welcome to one and all those who have responded to our invitation to this national conference. My dear friends, at the outset, I should congratulate the Department of Physics and Department of Chemistry for their effort to organize this virtual conference, that is NVCRAMS 2021, for which teamwork is very, very important thing. Coming together is beginning. Keeping together is progress. Working together is success. So these are all, they come under the team spirit, teamwork. Team spirit is a necessary edge to succeed in this endeavor. Team is not an English word. It is a word of human thought. So together, everybody achieves more. That is a team. So because of the teamwork of the faculty members, both from Department of Physics and Chemistry, they have achieved in this endeavor today. That is a national virtual conference on recent advances in material science. Therefore, on behalf of the Indian Spectrophysics Association, as the founder president of the society, I should congratulate the whole team of workers, both in the Department of Physics and Chemistry, for having organized an excellent program in this esteemed institution today. Dear friends, the organizers have chosen a fantastic title for today's conference. That is NVCRAMS, National Virtual Conference on Recent Advances in Material Science. Material Science. A to Z materials. That is synthesis of materials, characterization of the materials, and what are the applications of the materials in practice. This is the concept involved in these 2-day sessions. That is a concept development for inspiring innovations to bind science and society. That is the technical data given in your work, research work, should be useful to the society. So that is called societal application. This is called the real research and hence research excellence. Research excellence. Materials. Materials means new materials, advanced materials, biomaterials, biological materials, pharmaceutical materials, diamond materials, diamond-based materials, electronic materials, ferroelectric materials, fluorescence materials, functional materials, luminescence materials, magnetic materials, superconducting materials, materials for defense applications, materials for solar energy, NLO materials, photonic materials, and nanomaterials. So these are the materials for modern world. My dear friends, with these materials for modern world, we are living in the world of science and technology. We know how to go to the moon. We know how to walk on the moon. We know how to travel in space because we are doing a lot of wonders with the man-made machines using the materials synthesized by the inventors and innovators. The former president of India, late Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, had informed in the parliament those days, by 2020, India should become superpower. Now we are living in 2021. So by 2020, India should become superpower. Similarly, the late Prime Minister, Sri Rajiv Gandhi, informed that in the parliament, the going 21st century is unavoidable in the present scenario. Valuable statements offered by these two great personalities are nearly 100% true because India's science and technology workforce is estimated to be just about 5 million at present as on date. That is 216.2 researchers per 1 million people in India compared to 1,200 in China and 4,300 in the USA. According to the latest statistics available with the Science and Technology, Department of Science and Technology, in 2021, as on date, India ranked third position in scientific publications. This was surprised by the USA, China, UK, Germany, and Japan. They come under the G8 nations. It is known that India's productivity will be able on par with the most G8 nations within 3 to 4 years. What is G8 nations? Leading advanced economics in the world group of 8 nations. According to the All India Survey of Higher Education, AISHE, by MHRD, Ministry of Human Resource Development, of 2018-19, between these 2 years, Tamil Nadu ranked number 1 in the enrollment of PhD scholars. Tamil Nadu stands on the top with 25,825 PhD scholars, followed by Uttar Pradesh with 19,119 PhD scholars, and Karnataka with 13,300 PhD scholars. What about the award of PhD scholars in the year 2018-19? Tamil Nadu has maximum number of 5,844 of students who were awarded PhD degree, followed by Karnataka 5,020 and Uttar Pradesh 3,996. At the same time, emphasis should be given. So researcher should think about the quality, not quantity. Quantity is not important. Quality is very, very important. Therefore, my dear friends, having all these data in your mind, because of doing excellent work in the field of research in India, because we stand the 3rd place paper publication. Tamil Nadu, I think we stand almost 1st place. So that is the enrollment of PhD. So quantity is not important. Quality is very, very important. Having all these points in your mind, dear friends, showcase your brain management, showcase your time management, showcase your human resource management to provide quality research work in your higher education institution. I am sure that this 2-day program, the whole proceedings of the conference, I am sure will take us further towards the development of research program in your higher education institution. Wish you all good success. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sir, thank you very much for your informative crime address from which we could understand all possible types of materials. Thank you, sir. Leaders always choose the harder right rather than easier wrong. Dr. P. Dhananjayan, Vice Chancellor of St. Peter's Institute of Higher Education and Research, is such one leader who now deliver the presidential address. I request you, sir, to present the presidential address.
Thank you. Happy morning to all of you. Professor M.N. Ponnusamy, Emeritus Professor, Center of Advanced Crystallography in Physics, University of Madras. Professor C.K. Jayasankar, Department of Physics, Sri Venkateswara University, Tirupati. Professor S. Gunasekaran, Founder President, ISPA, and President of this conference. Professor L. Magesh Kumar, Register of Spiger. Professor M. Venkatramanan, Dean Arts and Science of Spiger. Professor Sayyida Sultana, Stella Omari, convener of this conference. Professor Mahalakshmi, organizing secretary of this conference, NVCRMS 2012. Guest speakers, awardees, delegates, faculty members, and my dear student friends. It gives me immense pleasure to deliver the presidential address on this occasion of inaugural function of AICT sponsored National Virtual Conference on Recent Advances in Material Science 2021 in collaboration with Indian Spectrophysics Association. First of all, I congratulate the conveners, Professor Stella Mary and Sayyida Sultana, who came forward to conduct the 2-day National E-Conference. In these 2 days. And I also thank Professor Gunasekaran as a founder president of ISPA, who came forward to collaborate with our Spiger to conduct this 2-day national conference. Actually, they rightly chosen this topic here. It's a very good topic right now because everywhere we are using materials. Without materials, it's not possible. We cannot live in this society also. As the name suggests, the material science is a branch devoted to the discovery and the development of new materials. It is an outgrowth of both physics and chemistry, using periodic table as its grocery store and the laws of physics in its cookbook. Actually, the role of material science is enormous. Actually, the recent actually you can say this, the fast development took place or taking place in material science is very high. For example, I will tell you, in 1990s or 80s, in the later 80s and the early 90s, the cellular phone is introduced. At that time, the cost of the cell phone is almost 35,000 to 40,000. The weight of the cell phone is almost 2.5 kilograms. Limited facilities. There is no memory card, there is no FM, there is no camera facility. But it is very big in size and the cost is also very high. But just to compare today, after 35 years, a lot of changes has took place. We can get a very good cell phone for 2,000 or 3,000 rupees with camera facility, FM facility, even with memory card. Even 5,000 or 10,000, you will get a very good cell phone. But it is handy. The size of the cell phone is considerably reduced and the weight is also reduced because of material science. The recent development takes place in the material sciences. That is the power of the material science. Actually, if you are taking the cell phone, for example, I'm saying 1/3 of the cost is display. The other 1/3 is cell battery. Another 1/3 is, the remaining is maybe the processor. The cost is determined by your material science development. The cost is, actually the cell phone, we normally I used to say this, in 2020, I mean otherwise you say 20th century, the best invention is cell phone. Actually, it changes the lifestyle of the people because even anyone can afford this. And not only this, it is normally you can say roti, kapada, makan. We need food, dress, shelter. The fourth dimension is cell phone. Without the cell phone, we cannot live nowadays. But it is more affordable to the even a common man because of this. The developments took place in the material science. The battery size is considerably reduced. Previously, the battery life is very, very small. Now, it can come for even a month. Once it is charged, it will come for 1 month. So, because of the battery materials what you are used. And similarly, the memory cost, the processor cost, the display equipments, especially this display, digital display. Actually, our president rightly pointed out, there are so many materials. I came to know this. Biomaterials, electronic materials, and so many, even nanomaterials. Even in the pandemic period, a lot of changes in the, or we can say this development in the material science. It gives a better solution for COVID-19. So I request all the delegates, faculty members, and students, friends, please try to attend all the sessions. At least you attend all the keynote speakers sessions. Definitely you can gain some knowledge. With this knowledge, you can start your career, or you can start your research work, or you want to continue your research work in the material science area. Definitely it will be succeeded. So once again, I thank the organizers who came forward to conduct these functions and for their invitations to all the people to better benefits. With this, I thank once again. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I wish all success to the conference. Thank you.
Sir, thank you very much for highlighting the applications of materials in day-to-day life. Thank you, sir. Genius might be the ability to say a profound thing in a simple way. Now I call upon Professor M.N. Punusamy, Emeritus Professor, Center for Advanced Study in Crystallography and Biophysics, University of Madras, Guindy Campus, Chennai, to deliver the inaugural address. Sir, I welcome you to deliver the inaugural address.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Can you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Good morning to every one of you. Respected Chancellor of this great university, respected Vice Chancellor, Professor Dhanajayan, respected and my lovable brother, Professor Dr. Gunasekaran, want to say a few words after this introduction. And my dear students, students in the sense, Stella Mary is my student, and Professor Saida Sultana, and both of them are conveners of this very important conference. And dear Mahalakshmi, the organizing secretary, respected Professors Jayabharati and and then the awardees of this great conference, that Veteran Scientist Award, Professor Debasis Bhattacharya, my respected professor, and then the Lifetime Achievement Awardees, Professor Jayabharati and Professor Rita John, and then ISPA Dr. Gunasayaran awardees Dr. Kala and Dr. Bhatika, and the Professor Magesh Kumar and Professor Venkatraman are going to felicitate this meeting. Our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Respected Jay Shankar sir, and the participants, the delegates, and the other friends. I'm really honored to be here to participate in this seminar, that is National Virtual Conference on Advanced Materials here. And then Professor and my friend, my brother told me to give this inaugural address. Actually, I told him that we are the people, we are always giving either inaugural address or keynote address or one way or other some felicitation address, this and that. So I requested him to do, ask somebody else to do this inaugural address, but he told me that it's you are the hard person to do this address. So I feel proud and honored to be here to say a few words about this good topic, that recent advances in material science. Before that, I just want to say a few words about my brother. The thing is that people are well aware of Tirukkural by Thiruvalluvar. One particular Tirukkural just I want to mention here. Idhanai ivan seivan endrarayந்து, ivan mudipan endrayந்து, adanai avankan vidan. That means that this is the problem, that give it to him and he will solve it beautifully. That's what the meaning. One meaning I can able to say that idhanai ivan mudipan endrayந்து, adanai avankan vidan. So you have to give this problem to somebody so that he has to solve that problem. So in that direction, my lovable brother, Dr. Gunasayaran, is the apt person that you can actually able to give one particular job, whatever job. He was a professor and had the Department of Physics back at Bachelor's College. And then he became the Dean Research of this great university. And now you people are well aware of the fact that he has guided more than about 80 students. This is a great achievement that nobody can do it, this kind of elaborate work. So he plans everything and executes everything. That's what the main thing that I want to say about my brother. There are so many things that I can actually be able to say about his work, about his way of thinking, about his way of approaching people and all. He's a person that dedicated to science. That's the fundamental thing. And for the purpose of science, he has started this ISPA, that is Indian Faculty Association. And in collaboration with so many other agencies, he has conducted so many kind of programs. The college level, university level, and the school level. I cannot count more and more. So that's the kind of work that he has done. He is the president of this conference, but the conveners are Salamiri and Saida Sultana. But anyhow, I think I'm sure that the backbone is our Professor Gunasayaran. So that's the main kind of thing. And I'm really proud that these people, the Department of Chemistry, joined with the Department of Physics, I mean, you know that if you think about materials, only physics and chemistry will come into the picture. Nowadays, you can say nanoscience and nanotechnology, so many kind of things. And but probably the Department of Physics and Department of Chemistry, they have joined together along with ISPA and AICT. They are conducting this couple of days seminar, and I'm sure this seminar will give so much of information for all the budding scientists, the research scholars, or MSc students, or even the people who have started their career in research. That's a kind of thing. And the other thing is that definitely the awardees are definitely deserving awardees. And Veteran Scientist Award, our the boss is Bhattacharya is known for the world. So I mean, there is no question of. I mean, we are actually giving a small gift to him as a Veteran Scientist Award, but he has got so much of awards and so many kind of these things. And of course, you are aware of Professor Rita John. I mean, it's a great worker in solid state physics, and she finished a PhD under great Professor Ashok Mani, and they're now leading the Department of Theoretical Physics. And you know, Professor Jay Bharati is a great research worker. And the awardees are Kala and Radhika Gunasekharan awardees. And I'm sure that they all deserve, and probably they are going to achieve many more milestones in their research career. So with this kind of introduction, I just want to do a couple of these things and finish my inaugural address. It is an apt time. Hopefully, I think you people might have read about the winners of the Nobel Prize in Physics yesterday. So given for the climatic theoretical physicists, and 3 people that have won this great award. And I'm sure that this definitely the conference right here is an apt one. And then we really congratulate the organizers of this meeting right here. Coming to the point of this thing, the topic is advanced material science. Actually, what do you call the materials? So we know that practically well that materials are, material science is simply nothing but an interdisciplinary field. And then hopefully you are aware of the fact that it covers the design of new materials. That's what the main thing. And in addition to that, if you think about a material, our aim is to find out the properties of those materials, and then what composition actually it will combine together to have the application side right there. That's a fundamental thing. So it covers the design as well as the composition more important. What composition actually it will be there to do the particular kind of work right there. So that's the main thing right here. As our great Vice Chancellor pointed out that the cell phone is now available for a common man. I mean, தமிழ்லையும் கூட ஒரு இது சொல்லுவாங்க, எங்கேயோ இருக்கக்கூடிய பெரிய பெரிய வியாபாரிகளுக்கான பண முதலைகளுக்கு அது பயன்படாம இங்கு மூலையில் இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு குப்பனுக்கும் சுப்பனுக்கும் பயன்படக்கூடிய ஒரு இது அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. அதாவது it actually covers even to a remote corner of a village. That's what the main thing. The cell phone has come down to that level of this thing because of the design of new materials and the properties. This is a fundamental kind of this thing. I mean, as our Vice Chancellor pointed out, I just want to say one particular thing right here. When we started our research career way back in 1970s and all, at the time, I believe there was only one couple of computers. One computer was in Anna University, and then the other computer was established in our crystallography and biophysics department. The computer named is IBM 1130. It was gifted by the American company IBM to Professor G.N. Ramachandran. Hope you people are might have heard about Professor G.N. Ramachandran, the great biological scientist, and almost he has to get the Nobel Prize, but unfortunately he was not given. But the equal amount of equal to Nobel Prize, he has got so many awards. I mean, it's countless. And that IBM 1130 computer that covered almost about 2,000 square space. So one, what do you call this one? The cord punching machines will be there, and then input device will be there, and a CPU will be there, and an output machine will be there. So it covers about 2,000 square feet of these things. And you know what is the memory of that computer? It's only 8K memory power. You think about only 8K. And out of that, only 2K memory power will be stored for the library routines. Library routines means that the standard routines for integration, for differentiation, something of that kind of materials, it will be stored, about 2K memory will be stored. And only the utilization purpose is only about 6K memory. So you think about now, even a small cell phone, it has got almost infinite amount of memory. So now you know that the Vivo, Samsung, and so many kind of these things are all come up, and it gives enormous amount of applications in the right direction. So as our Vice Chancellor pointed out, that now through the composition materials, through the design, through the discovery, we are all benefited to the maximum limit possible. So that's the kind of information I want to tell you right here. And of course, as you are aware of the fact that if you think about the materials, enormous different kinds of materials. My brother here has pointed out very well about this material, that material, so many biological materials, pharmaceutical materials, nano materials, so many kind of materials right in there. And all materials are now utilized in one way or other for the benefit of the mankind. That's the important thing that I want to say here. So the applications are enormous, and the mankind, the human society is benefited out of that. That's the kind of thing. Whatever the kind of research that we can able to do right here, theoretical physics, nuclear physics, biophysics, spectroscopy physics, and so many kind of these things are all one way or other has to lead to the benefit of the society, mankind. That's the kind of thing that we needed. But one way or other, all that we are aware of the fact that for the past 50 years, we are all benefited out of that. The main thing. And of course, you people are well aware of the fact that way back in the Nobel Prize was awarded way back in 1987 to the superconductivity materials. Couple of scientists, they were given the properties of the superconductivity. And also you are aware of the fact that way back in 1981, laser spectroscopy was founded, and a couple of scientists were given the Nobel Prize. So, the thing that I want to say here is the society beneficial is more important kind of thing. Of course, right from Edison's time to the present day, as our Vice Chancellor pointed out, cell phones have come down to just to talk. Even if you are sitting in a room, in the next room, you're talking through the cell phone. You don't want to go and talk to your friend in the next room. So the benefit of these things. I don't know that really it is a benefit, or one way or other it's not a benefit, it's a laziness. Maybe there are many more advantages, but at the same time, the advantages are, sometimes we feel rather sad that why these cell phones are discovered and what is the use of this. So we are getting lazy, of course, maybe 10% or 15%, but we are benefited at least to the maximum extent of 70%. That's the kind of thing that I can be able to see. So the communication purpose, yes, our which also pointed out that way back in 60s and 70s, we find it extremely difficult to communicate from one place to the other place. Even if you want to communicate from Coimbatore to Chennai, you have to wait hours together to put a trunk call and speak. Now it's even to USA, from Chennai to USA, to any part of the world that you can communicate within no time. And all that you people are well aware of the fact that the discovery of information in the net, through net, are all extremely exemplary, and the reason for this is simply nothing but the properties of the materials. So the topic of this symposium is highly useful right here. In addition to that, as our President pointed out, the biological materials are so much important nowadays. It actually helps for the health point of view to the maximum extent possible. So, I mean, even our president is doing a lot of work on the IR kind of the single laser kind of spectroscopy, and then providing so many solutions for so many problems right there. So, thing is that through the discovery of materials, through the what do you call the biological materials or the other kind of materials, the discovery of drugs, the discovery of so many other kind of things are all very, very easy. And even if you come down to the biological materials, probably you might have heard about the starting point is our Professor Linus Pauling. He's the person who started giving explanation about what you call this amino acids and combination of amino acids, and then finally what do you mean by a peptide, and a chain of peptides will lead to polypeptide chain, and finally what a protein is, and how to find out the three-dimensional structure of a protein through crystallographic methods, and then the advanced kind of this thing, molecular biology and genomics point of view. These are all now very, very advanced kind of work through biological side for the benefit of human people. And of course, you are well aware of Dorothy Crowfoot Hodgkin. She was a UK scientist. She was the first one to discover the three-dimensional structure of insulin. And then vitamin B12, she was awarded a Nobel Prize for that. And I'm sure that these kind of discoveries are very useful for the humankind. So that's what I'm saying. Whatever the kind of discovery that you can be able to make, unless otherwise it is useful for the human society or useful to the mankind, it will not be existent for a long, long time. So the topic is very apt and very relevant at this present day situations, and I'm sure that the materials still will materials will grow, but the size of the materials will shrink down, and definitely we can actually able to carry a world in our packet to wherever we can go. So the communication purpose and for the information purpose and for the other kind of purposes, definitely the discovery of materials will be useful. So even though it is an interdisciplinary material, a combination of people have to come together to work on a particular direction to achieve whatever we want. So I am sure in the next few years or next decade, we will achieve something, and we will get Nobel Prize for one among our Indian citizens. We welcome that, and that's what the main kind of thing. So I don't want to prolong for a long time. I just want to end my topic right here. I'm sure this is an apt topic, and as our people pointed out, our Vice Chancellor and our President pointed out that the budding scientists are the researchers. They have to follow the couple of days conference proceedings closely, and this they have to be benefited out of these proceedings. Delegates, don't miss any of the sessions right here. The experts, our Professor Jaishankar, our Professor Rita John, our Professor Sagar and Vijayan, all these, our great Professor Debashis Bhattacharya, and then Jai Bharati, all of them, they are going to do very nice talk about these advanced kind of materials. I mean, one way or other, it is related to the kind of materials, and I'm sure you will get a lot of information, and that even a minor information will lead to a big success. So that's what the main kind of thing. So I thank the organizers, my brother Dr. Gunasegaran, my student Stella Mary, and then Professor Saida Sultana for giving me the opportunity to give this inaugural address. So I'm sure the conference is going to be a very great success, and I wish you all the best for all of you. Thank you very much for your kind listening. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for highlighting the importance of the awards and enlightening us about all the awardees and relating the Nobel Prize with the conference. and giving the glimpse of biophysics and delivering the inaugural address. Thank you, sir. Good fortune is what happens when opportunity meets with planning. It's time to release the proceedings of the conference. The hard work of all the researchers are being compiled as a bunch called proceedings. Proceedings will be released by our Honorable Vice Chancellor and Chief Guest Professor Yaman Punasamy and received by Professor Jayashankar, Registrar and Deans, Arts and Science, Management and Studies, with Spyher, mutually.
Okay. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you all. It is the time for declaring ISPA awards. Now I hand over the session to Dr. Janani Panniselvam for conferring ISPA awards.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, one and all. I hope everyone can see the slide.
Yeah. Really.
Thank you.
Easy.
On behalf of ISPA, I thank the organizing committee for giving me the wonderful opportunity. Words fall short to thank our Honorable Chancellor and Honorable Trustee of Spire, who serves as a perfect key to edify this institution with flying colors. A big heartfelt thanks to the management for their continuous encouragement and support for providing quality and research output in our higher education institution that makes us stand before you what we are today. Awards are merely the badges of achievement. Indian Spectrophysics Association ISPA was started in the year 1993 by a well-known scientist, professor and researcher, Professor Dr. S. Gunashegaran, as his brainchild. ISPA was started with the strong belief of many like-minded people of enlightening minds to uplift the society. ISPA, through its initiatives, provide access not only for quality education and research, enhance innovative researchers, but also inculcate values, commitment, and dedication to the society by helping to build a strong future for every researcher like a spectrum of physics. ISPA has the honor of organizing
14 international conferences, 15 national conferences, and 16 state-level seminars in various higher educational institutions by collaborating them with through Memorandum of Understanding. During the conference, ISPA feels privileged to honor the notable services of the scientists with ISPA Veteran Scientist Award. The award that is conferred to the scientists who dedicate themselves in the field of research and position themselves as a remarkable star in the scientist community. Then, ISPA Lifetime Achievement Award is conferred to scientists who are still working on their respective fields to enrich the society with their findings. And ISPA Dr. S. Gunashegaran Award are given to the young researchers who have made excellent contributions in the field of research that are made for the benefit of the humanity. ISPA has the honor of conferring 4 ISPA Veteran Scientist Award, 25 ISPA Lifetime Achievement Award, and 67 ISPA Dr. S. Gunashegaran Award so far. Adding to this prestigious moment, during the 46th conference organized by ISPA, ISPA feels proud to confer ISPA Veteran Scientist Award, 2 ISPA Lifetime Achievement Award, and 2 ISPA Dr. S. Gunashegaran Award to eminent scientists in the field of research. It is hereby made known that Indian Spectrophysics Association Chennai and Departments of Physics and Chemistry Spire that they deem it a great source of pride to honor Professor Debashish Bhattacharya, retired Chief Scientist, Division of Structural Biology, Indian Institute of Chemical Biology, Jadavpur, Calcutta. This Veteran Scientist Award, which he evidently deserves for his unrelenting scientific research work in the field of biochemistry and physiology. He used optical devices extensively in his investigation, and some of them has achieved the state-of-art global recognition. The research of Professor Debashish Bhattacharya was always supported by granting agencies like DST, DBT, and CSIR. He has published nearly 100 research papers, including reviews and book chapters, and also reviewed hundreds of international research papers. Students from various biological backgrounds enrolled in his laboratory for their PhD degree. Their successful completions and subsequent placements indicate their research training at their mother institute. Professor Debashish Bhattacharya has traveled all across countries such as USA, France, Spain, Philippines, and South Korea and visited their academic establishments for collaborative research. He was awarded Member of Honor by SBCN, the Film Society of Biological Chromatography and Nanoseparation, and ISPA Lifetime Achievement Award by Indian Spectrophysics Association. Keeping academics apart, Professor Debashish Bhattacharya has keen interest in public transportation, especially railways and tramways. He is an internationally recognized person in the area of preservation of Calcutta tramways. Urban forestry and horticulture are the other 2 subjects where he can penetrate. Overall, he believes in expecting people and their culture. Now, I request Professor Debashish Bhattacharya, Chief Scientist, retired, Division of Structural Biology, CSIR, Indian Institute of Chemical Biology, Jadavpur, Calcutta, to receive ISPA Veteran Scientist Award under the seal of ISPA and Department of Physics and St. Peter's Institute of Higher Education Research, Chennai, on 7th October 2021 at the National Conference on Research Advances in Material Science, held on an online platform from Dr. T. Bhanumati, Dr. T. Lasya, Honorable Trustee of Spire, and Dr. P. Dhananjayan, Honorable Vice Chancellor, and Professor S. Gunashegaran, Founder President of ISPA. I request Professor Debashish Bhattacharya to deliver the acceptance speech.
I thank all of you for bestowing this award to me. It comes to me as a surprise even after my retirement in 2017. In between, of course, we are involved in research and teaching in the last few years. Because of the pandemic situation, we could not meet in person. Last, I met I traveled the state of Tamil Nadu for these conferences, and there I met all my dear friends and colleagues. I hope very soon the situation will improve and once again we will meet in person. I am deeply waiting for that situation. Unless it is the situation is so safe, we had no other option but to meet virtually. I feel very, very good and heartening to see my old friends we are coming together. And I thank all of you for this special honor to me. I feel very excited and feeling privileged to be associated with you. We have a very long relation from in the 1990s or so. I traveled the Pachayappa's college for the first time and met these people. So I acknowledge and accept this award, and I thank all of you for this honor to me. Thank you very much to all of you.
We are honored,
Once
sir.
again,
Thank you. It is hereby made known by Indian Spectrophysics Association, Chennai, and Departments of Physics and Chemistry, Spire, that they deem it a great source of privilege to honor Professor J. Bharati, UGC BSR Mid-Career Awardee, Transa Awardee, Director of CIPR, International Distinguished Professor, Department of Chemistry from Annamalai University, the Lifetime Achievement Award for her unrelenting scientific research in the field of organic light-emitting devices, synthetic organic chemistry, nanotechnology, and computational chemistry. Professor J. Bharati has over 30 years of teaching and research experience and has organized more than 8 international and national conferences and presented 100 research papers in conferences. 8 students has completed their PhD degree under her supervision, and she has guided many MPhil projects. She has published more than 280 research papers in refereed journals and has H index of about 27, IT index of 95 with 3,000 citations. She has filed a national patent and 2 international patents so far. She has published 4 books as an editor so far. Professor J. Bharati has completed 10 projects for a tune of around 3 crore funded by various funding agencies, and she is a recipient of several awards that includes the most prestigious award such as Tamil Nadu Scientist Award in the year 2019, UGC Mid-Career Award in the year 2019. She is the fellow of the Royal Society of Chemistry, that is FRSC, and American Chemical Society. She has visited Taiwan, Hungary for collaborative research. I request Professor J. Bharati, UGC BSR Mid-Career Awardee, Tansa Awardee, Director of CIPR, International Distinguished Professor, Department of Chemistry from Annamalai University, to receive Lifetime Achievement Award under the seal of ISPA and Department of Physics and Chemistry, St. Peter's Institute of Higher Education, Chennai, on 7th October 2021 at the National Conference on Recent Advances in Material Science, held on an online platform, from Dr. T. Bhanumati, Honorable Chancellor of Spire, Dr. T. Lazia, Honorable Trustee of Spire, Professor P. Dhananjayan, Honorable Vice Chancellor, and Professor S. Gunashegaran, Founder President of ISPA. Now I request Professor J. Bharati to deliver the acceptance speech.
Professor J. Bharati. Professor J. Bharati.
Sir, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Respected Chairman of this ISPA conference, Professor Dr. S. Gunasekaran, and Vice Chancellor of that university, Registrar, and all awardees and participants. Good morning to every one of you. I feel very proud to receive this award, and I'm exciting to receive this award. Once again, I thank Dr. S. Gunasekaran, founder of ISPA. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We are honored. It is hereby made known by Indian Spectrophysics Association, Chennai, and Departments of Physics and Chemistry, Spire, that they deem it a great source of gratification to honor Professor Rita John, Professor and Head, Department of Theoretical Physics, University of Madras, Chennai, the ISPA Lifetime Achievement Award for her rich experience in the field of condensed matter physics, bang-up engineering, quantum confinements in nanomaterials and smart materials for biomedical and space applications. She has a fantabulous skill of developing e-content for the researchers and young scientists in her field of interest. Professor Rita John has organized more than 14 national and international conferences with foreign collaborations. She has around 30 years of rich experience in quantum chemical calculations. She has presented more than 100 research papers in international and national conferences. 10 students has completed their PhD degree under her supervision, and she has also guided many MPhil projects. She has published more than 100 research papers in refereed journals and has H index of around 13, ITIN index of 15 with 700 citations. She has published 6 books so far as an author. Professor Rita John has completed 3 projects funded by various funding agencies. Professor Rita John is also the recipient of several awards that includes the most prestigious awards such as Young Women Scientist Award by Science City in the year 2008, Young Scientist Fellowship Award by TNSEST in the year 2003, Fulbright Nehru Visiting Lecturer Fellowship by USIEF Texas in the year 2014, and so on. She has visited Japan, USA, Singapore, China, UK, Australia, and Paris for her collaborative research. Now, I request Professor Rita John, Professor and Head Department of Theoretical Physics, University of Madras, Chennai, to receive ISPA Lifetime Achievement Award under the seal of ISPA and Department of Physics and Chemistry, Spire, Chennai, on 7th October 2021 at the National Conference on Recent Advances in Material Science held on an online platform from Dr. T. Bhanumati, Honorable Chancellor of Spire, Dr. T. Lazia, Honorable Trustee of Spire, Professor P. Dhananjayan, Honorable Vice Chancellor, and Professor S. Gunashegaran, Founder President of ISPA. Ma'am, I request you to kindly deliver the acceptance speech.
Thank you. Very good morning, one and all present here. I am very much honored by this kind gesture of ISPA, especially Professor Gunashegaran. I know him for more than 30 years, especially in the beginning stages of my career. And as soon as I finished my PhD, he is the person who motivated me to do a lot of research. And also he promoted me and gave me the platform as the invited speaker and keynote speaker on various occasions. So I would like to thank him and the ISPA office bearers for bestowing this award on me. And I would like to thank all the dignitaries, authorities of St. Peter's Institute for giving me this chance to share the platform with the veteran scientists and honorable members. As I am conferred with this Lifetime Achievement Award, I would like to acknowledge a few names. So one is, of course, the Lord who made me what I am today. And secondly, my parents who tirelessly, prayerfully brought me up, and my family members, my mother-in-law, Mrs. Anna Abraham, my beloved husband, Mr. John, and my only son, David John, who sacrificially allowed me to spend a lot of time away from the family, both here in India and abroad, in connection with doing research and teaching. And now I also want to acknowledge 3 teachers in my life. My second standard teacher, I started my education in a small village called Paraya near Tranquebar, and my second standard teacher in that small village gave me the foundation. In my opinion, he is the best teacher I have ever come across. His name is Mr. A. Pichai. And second, my 7th standard teacher, Ms. Vedam, who motivated through her teaching that I should do physics. Still, I'm a student of Ms. Vedam. I am still inspired by her 7th standard teaching, and I'm continuing with the same vigor. And thirdly, my mentor, my PhD guide, Professor R. Ashokmani at Anna University, who motivated me to do quality research. And all the authorities under whom I worked, starting with my first principal, Dr. Mrs. Prema, refers to the present Vice Chancellor of the University of Madras, Dr. Gauri, for all their encouragement. So finally, all my students have made this happen. So I would like to accept this award and thank ISPA for recognizing me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It is hereby made known by Indian Spectrophysics Association, Chennai, and Departments of Physics and Chemistry, SPIRE, that they deem it a great source of contentment to honor Professor A. Kala, Associate Professor, Department of Physics, Nandanam Government Arts College for Men, Chennai, the ISPA Dr. S. Gunashegaran Award for her rich experience in the field of molecular spectroscopy. She has also mastered in yoga and completed a course on yoga for human excellence from Bharatiyar University. Professor A. Kala has over 25 years of experience in the field of molecular spectroscopy. She has presented more than 20 research papers in different conferences, and 8 students have completed their PhD degree under her supervision. And she has also guided many MPhil projects. She has published more than 50 research papers in referred journals and has H index of 7, IT index of 6 with 300 citations. She has published 2 key papers in rubber materials and crystals and cancer-causing agents. She has authored 2 books on magnetism and principle of electronics. Professor A. Kala has given extensive integrated coaching for more than 8,000 students, especially in yoga, to develop their interpersonal and intrapersonal skill for the past 12 years. Now, I request Professor A. Kala, Associate Professor, Department of Physics, Nandanam Government Arts College for Men, to receive ISPA Dr. S. Gunashegaran Award under the seal of ISPA and Department of Physics and Chemistry, SPIRE, Chennai, on 7th October 2021 at the National Conferences on Recent Advances in Material Science held on an online platform from Dr. T. Banamati, Honorable Chancellor of SPIRE, Dr. T. Lazia, Honorable Trustee of SPIRE, Professor P. Dhananjayan, Honorable Vice Chancellor, and Professor L. Mahesh Kumar, Registrar of SPIRE. I request the ISPA Dr. S. Gunashegaran Awardee, Professor A. Kala, to give the acceptance speech.
வாழ்க வளமுடன். With the blessings of Almighty and my Guru Vedatri Maharishi, very happy morning to my Guru Dr. S.G., all learned professors, and dear friends and my darling students. And I should thank Dr. M.V. Dean Major M. Venkatramanan sir, who started my career at D.G. Vaishnav College. It's an unforgettable moment. I am extremely honored to be receiving ISPA award. I never thought I would be standing here and receiving this award. It is not just my sole effort that has brought me here. Everyone needs a mentor like Dr. S.G. in life, and I am lucky to have found mine. You have influenced my life in such a positive way. Words cannot express my appreciation. You are truly an inspiration. Your guidance and patience have helped develop me into the person I am today. Thank you, sir. A few words in my own mother language. அனைத்திரும் ஒன்றென்று அறிந்த அடிப்படையில் ஆற்றும் தொண்டு யாவும் அன்பின் செயலாகும். அனைத்து உயிரும் ஒன்றென்று அறிந்த அடிப்படையில் ஆற்றும் தொண்டு யாவும் அன்பின் செயலாகும். சிறு வரியாய் இருந்த என்னை சிரிக்கும் சித்திரமாய் வரைந்தெடுத்த சிறப்புமிகு ஓவியர், பாறாங்கல்லையும் அழகாய் பண்பட்ட சிற்பமாய் செதுக்கிவிடும் சிற்பி, ஆர்வமற்ற அறிவிலிக்கும் வார்த்தை என்னும் அமுதாய் வாசகங்கள் ஊட்டி வேதைகளையும் மேதைகளாக்கி சாதனையாளராக மாற்றுவது எங்கள் எஸ்ஜி. I am very proud to say this, and winning ISPA award would not have been possible without the inspiration I have received from my seniors and my colleagues, for whom I have the deepest respect. I have derived the strength to challenge myself and perform better at each stage. I am earnestly grateful for the recognition I have received for my work. My family has a major role in my success. The support of my family and friends has been valuable in encouraging me to do this hard work. I sincerely thank each one of you for helping me reach this stage where I can proudly hold up this award. ISPA award will always be dear to me. It will always be a reminder to do hard work and get better at my work. Moreover, this award motivates me to achieve more success in the future. Wish you all great success. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, ma'am. We also feel very proud to hear the beautiful poetry about our Dr. S.G. sir. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
It is hereby made known by Indian Spectrophysics Association, Chennai, and Departments of Physics and Chemistry, SPIRE, that they deem it a great source of pleasure to honor Professor R. Radhika, Assistant Professor, Department of Physics, Presidency College, Chennai, the ISPA Dr. S. Gunashegaran Award for her extensive experience in the field of material science, nanomaterials, and spectroscopy. Professor R. Radhika has over 22 years of rich experience in teaching and research in the field of spectroscopy. She has presented more than 50 research papers in national and international conferences, and 4 students are pursuing their PhD degree under her supervision. She has guided many MPhil projects. She has published more than 20 research papers in referred journals and has an H index of 7, ITIN index of 10 with 300 citations. She has acted as a resource person in various webinars and conferences. Professor R. Radhika's intelligence and hard work made her win many rewards and university ranks from her undergraduate till her MPhil. She has served as a member of the SCRT Syllabus Drafting Committee, Tamil Nadu, member of University Examination Question Paper Setting Panel for various universities. Now, I request Professor R. Radhika, Assistant Professor, Department of Physics, Presidency College, Chennai, to receive ISPA Dr. S. Gunasekaran Award under the seal of ISPA and Departments of Physics and Chemistry of SPIRE on 7th October 2021 at the National Conference on Recent Advances in Material Science held on an online platform from the Dr. P. Bhanumati, Honorable Chancellor of SPIRE, Dr. T. Lazio, Honorable Trustee, Professor P. Dhananjayan, Honorable Vice Chancellor, and Professor Major Venkatramanan, Dean of Arts, Science and Management Studies of SPIRE. Ma'am, I request you to kindly deliver the acceptance speech.
Good morning, everyone. I don't set out to win awards, but when I receive an award, it is an affirmation of something that I have done and that motivates me to push a little harder. I am overwhelmed with gratitude to have been selected to receive ISPA Dr. Gunasekaran Award. Thank you all so much for being here to share in this occasion. I would like to thank the organizing institute of this conference, St. Peter's Institute of Higher Education and Research, RP, the sponsor, All India Council for Technical Education in association with the Indian Spectrophysical Association, ISP. It is such a delight for me to receive an award in Dr. SG's name, who himself is a repository of magnificent awards. I am what I am today thanks to Dr. SG. He not only taught us the quintessence of research, but also the important life lesson, how to stay modest. Despite being at higher echelons, he always remained unpresuming. It means so much to me that the work I am so passionate about also resonates with others. This accomplishment is not something that I did alone, and there are many others who deserve to share in this award. Particularly, I would like to thank my friend Dr. Shyamla, Associate Professor, DG Vaishnav College, who stood with me through thicks and thins. I will continue my efforts and look forward to bring about positive changes in the research field for the coming years. I'm humbled and appreciative. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Over to Mrs. R. Mahalakshmi.
Thank you, Dr. Janani. The wise man lets go of all regrets, whether good or bad, and is focused on the action alone. Now I call upon Dr. L. Mahesh Kumar, Registrar, SPIHER, to felicitate the gathering. Sir, I request you to deliver the felicitation address.
A very, very happy morning to all of you present here. It gives me great pleasure to be with you among so many luminaries and dignitaries, along with lots of research scholars during the inaugural function of the AICTE sponsored conference. I'm very, very happy that the Department of Physics and Chemistry have got the AICTE sponsorship for organizing the conference this year. The Departments of Physics and Chemistry, along with the support of our Dean and also the President of SPA, have organized various conferences and programs over the last so many years. We have seen innumerable conferences being organized by these departments, and I wish that we continue to organize with the same fervor, because I always believe that more than reading books, as far as students are concerned, it is their ability to grasp and listen to various luminaries, which enlightens them. Because when we listen to so many people talking, it's only then that we pick up some points which will help us trigger onto higher things. That's the most important thing that these conferences provide to all of us, including me. It's been so nice to listen to the prime address as well as the inaugural address of all of them. All of them are now good friends of mine too. I've been involved and associated with many of them over the past so many years in our institute. So I take this yet another opportunity to not only felicitate all of you, the members who have received the awards, the organizers who have put in so much efforts in conducting this program, to all of us in general, be able to participate in this event and contribute to the development of our nation as a whole. With these few words, I think that all of us deserve a standing applause, and we should ensure that we will strive hard to take us to greater heights. May God bless us all. Thank you very much for asking me to talk on this August occasion. May God bless us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your words of appreciation, and we feel encouraged for our endeavors. A true leader has the confidence to stand alone, the courage to make tough decisions, and the compassion to listen to the needs of others. Now I call upon Dr. M. Venkataramanan, Dean, Art, Science and Management Studies, SPIHER, to felicitate the gatherings. Sir, I request you to deliver the felicitation address.
Thank you, Ms. Mahalakshmi. Very good morning to one and all present in this national conference. Most respected Chancellor, Trustee, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. P. Dhananjayan, respected Registrar, Dr. Magesh Kumar, a man of motivation, dedication, and sincerity, Dr. Gunasegaran, and my well-wisher, who is the Dean of Research and Development of SPIHER, but for whom this conference would not have been possible. The conveners, Dr. Saida and Dr. Stella, the organizing secretary, Dr. Mahalakshmi, the renowned physicists who are present here, Dr. M.N. Ponnusamy and Dr. C.K. Jaishankar, and also the awardees, Dr. Bhattacharya who received the Veteran Scientist Award, Dr. Jayabharati, who received the Lifetime Achievement Award, and Professor Dr. Rita John, who also received the Lifetime Achievement Award, with whom I have been associated when I was the syndicate member in the University of Madras. Madam, really, I'm proud that you have received this a great honor from the ISPA during this conference. And also, I would like to say that Professor Kala and Radhika, who have received Dr. S. Gunasegaran Award of ISPA, are my former colleagues in DG Vaishnav College. I'm really proud and happy to see them here in the audience now and receiving the awards. It's a great pleasure because they started their career in DG Vaishnav College, and as a principal of the college also, I was able to coordinate with them. Really, congratulations to all the awardees. And I'm sure that this conference, virtual conference on recent advances in material sciences for 2 days, organized by the Department of Physics, Chemistry, and sponsored by AICT, along with the Association of ISPA, will surely be a grand success. And I am sure that the deliberations will be fruitful, informative, and also intellectual. I wish the conference a grand success. Wish you all the very best. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Ma, we can't hear you. You are muted, Mahalakshmi.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for your words of encouragement. Noble is the one who remains humble in situations of vanity. Nobility increases as humility increases. Now, I call upon Professor C.K. Jaishankar, UGC BSR Faculty Fellow, Department of Physics, Sri Venkateshwara University, Tirupati, to deliver the keynote address. Sir, I welcome you to deliver the keynote address.
Good morning to everyone. It is really my great pleasure and honor to deliver keynote address during inaugural session. Before my actual talk in technical session number 2 at 12:20 noon, I would like to congratulate both the Vice Chancellor, Professor P. Dhananjayan, St. Peter's Institute of Higher Education and Research, and Professor S. Gunasekharan, Founder President of Indian Spectrophysics Association, as well as Dean Research and Development, St. Peter's Institute of Higher Education and Research, and their entire team. Professor S. Gunasekharan, as a founder president of Indian Spectrophysics Association, which was started on April 23, 1998. Since then, ISP is putting all the efforts to encourage, motivate, guide, and promoting science, engineering, and technology through organization of various national and international conferences, where internationally reputed experts and experienced speakers delivered their expertise topics. In this unique and untired effort by SPEAR and ISPA, the present event on National Virtual Conference on Recent Advances in Material Science, I mean NVCRAMS-2021, is organized. As seen from the conference brochure as well as the program, the present event covers diverse topics in material science that include, there are so many topics like crystal growth, crystallography, biophysics, medical physics. Everywhere there is a material, and all those material topics followed by spectroscopy. Spectroscopy is a unique tool to characterize, to quantify any physical, optical, mechanical, electrical, whatnot, all properties, and those properties are precursor to design any materials. For example, you see our chancellor is telling that there is cell phone. No doubt it is called a cell phone, but it's having multi-functions. I mean, it is a camera, it is a voice message, and you can send email, and you can store the data, you can retrieve it, because it gives multi-functions. Why it is going to be multi-function? Because there are some materials which are capable of doing whatever property you want. At the same time, Professor Ponnuswamy told that when the computer was invented, it occupied the entire building, and now it has come in a miniature size. All these things are nothing but from the systematic analysis of designing and redesigning and discovery of new materials so that whatever function you want. For example, you take any inert material, you can add something so that that material may have some optical properties or magnetic properties or electrical properties or thermal properties. Once it is surrounded by some inert environment, depending upon the environment, geometry and the structural details, that diluted material properties are going to change. That means you are able to select a proper inert medium in which you have to add some active ion. That active ion may be responsible for magnetic or electrical or thermal properties, and those properties can be tuned or tailored or modulated so that its properties are going to be enhanced. So this is nothing but discovering and redesigning of new materials, and in that direction there are so many field of research are going on. That's what it mentioned. There are so many topics. And also Professor Ponnuswamy is telling that this is the time where Nobel Prizes are announced, and you see any Nobel Prize winner, they got today Nobel Prize, not just a prize. Before that, they got many awards. So in this direction, I will tell you, the people who got awards right now, this is a stepping stone for them. We are encouraging them to do research so that they can reach their heights with their sincere efforts and encouragement. That is what we are expecting. the St. Peter's Institute of Education and ISP is motivating, inspiring your research activities, research domain, so that you can contribute something, so that this event will be stepping stone for the people who got prizes, and also the people who are listening this talk. They are going to do many more things in future. And now, just to see in the topic they have mentioned, I mean, there is a topic called, let me think, what is that one? Photocatalysis. And today, the Nobel Prize has gone in the field of catalysis. The Nobel Prize in Chemistry has gone in catalysis for asymmetric designing of the catalysis, the Nobel Prize in Chemistry. So the topics which were designed, selected by the organizer, really an apt one, so that this will give you a future scope for wide variety of research and so on. And finally, just to see, what I want to tell is, in all this, what we should know is the recent advances in material science. It is nothing but exploring new and novel ideas to design and discover and to develop new materials that have potential societal applications. For this, one should know the deep understanding of physics, chemistry, engineering, and technology, which are traditional powers. This is what we know from prehistoric to present state of art of development, from Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age, digital age as on today. And what is the future that is in our hands? So future advances is very, very important. In these developments, there are various new and novel materials, analytical tools, computational capabilities, etc. have been progressing rapidly and exponentially day by day. Experiments and theoretical models are progressing very well by trial and error. In these endeavors, materials have been progressed from macro, micro, thin films, integrated chips, nano, scale, etc., which changed it and improved the multifunctionality, cost-effective, environmentally benign, efficient, and warranted materials. This is what we are looking forward, and I am quite sure this event is going to be a stepping stone for the people who are going to really contribute something, so that they may be part of Made in India, Make in India, so that salute the organizers for having this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for elaborating on the designing, redesigning, and discovering of materials based on their properties. We are looking forward to hear your speech in the forthcoming sessions, where our participants will get benefited. Thank you so much, sir, for elaborating on the facts of interdisciplinary science. Strong woman stands for herself. A stronger woman stands up for everybody else. Now I call upon Dr. Saida Sultana, co-convener, NVCRAMS, to deliver vote of thanks. Ma'am, I request you to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected dignitaries, eminent speakers, researchers, and my dear students, a very good morning. I feel honored and privileged to propose the vote of thanks. At this junction, I would like to thank the Almighty for His blessings. On behalf of the organizers of the 2 days National Virtual Conference on Recent Advances in Material Science, I would like to thank all who have directly or indirectly helped us in making the inaugural address a grand success. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. T. Bhanumati ma'am, Trustee Dr. T. Lasya ma'am, for permitting us to organize this conference on virtual platform during this pandemic. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. P. Dhananjayan sir, for his valuable inputs and a thought-provoking presidential address. Thank you very much, sir. I also place on record my sincere thanks to our beloved registrar, Dr. L. Mahesh Kumar, who is always our driving force, who helped us to apply for the funding and presenting the felicitation address. Thank you, sir. My heartfelt gratitude to our pillar of support and our philosopher and guide, the president, founder, ISPA, and dean of R&D,
பார்த்தேங்க.
Gunashekaran sir, for his valuable inputs and support and for his powerful prime address. Thank you very much, sir. I also take this opportunity to thank our leader, Dean of Arts and Science and Management Studies, Dr. Major M. Venkatramanan sir, for all his support and encouragement and for his felicitation address. Thank you, sir. I extend my gratitude to the chief guest, Dr. N. Punusamy sir, Emeritus Professor, Madras University, and Dr. Jayashankar sir, UGC BSR, Faculty Fellow, Department of Physics, Sri Venkateswara University, Tirupati, for the presence and for delivering the inaugural address and keynote address. I wholeheartedly thank all the eminent speakers from across India for their valuable presence and for the insight talks during the forthcoming technical sessions. Thank you all. I also thank the heads of various departments, faculty, and my dear students for joining this virtual conference in the virtual platform. I would like to thank all the research scholars who have participated and have sent the abstracts to in their findings in this conference. Finally, I would extend my gratitude to all the members of the organizing committee and faculty members of Department of Physics and Chemistry and the UG and PG students of Physics and Chemistry for all the arrangements for this conference.
Thank you, Saira ma'am, for those wonderful vote of thanks. I would like to emphasize on the facts about the conference. Actually, we have received nearly 60 abstracts all over the India, especially from Bhadia University, Madras University, Northeastern Hill University, Shillong, Manonmaniam Sundaram University, Christ University, Bangalore, Indian Institute of Chemical Biology, Kolkata, Jain University, Bangalore, SRM University, and so on. So the technical, the oral presentation, we have the parallel session on technical session and oral presentation. The judges, I request the judges for the oral presentation, Professor M. Selvapandian and Professor Arivu Chelvi ma'am, to please be as a judge to judge the oral presentation, because we are announcing 6 best paper award, 3 on the first day and 3 awards for the second day, and all these 6 awards will receive a certificate of appreciation along with the cash prize of ₹1,000, which is being sponsored by the Indian Spectrophysics Association. So I thank the Indian Physics Association founder, President Dr. S. Gunashekaran sir, for supporting us with the funds for the awards for the oral presentation. Thank you one and all, and we have 5 minutes break, and we will have the technical session at exactly at 11:30. Thank you all of you for joining the virtual conference. Thank you. And the oral presentation will start at 11:30 to 1 p.m. The second session will start at 1:30 and will go on till 3 p.m. Thank you.
ஹலோ பாண்டியன் சார். ஹலோ
சார்.
செல்லப்பா, என்ன சார் காமா இருக்கிறீங்க? மைக்ரோஃபோன் ஆன் பண்ணுங்க சார்.
சார் சார் வணக்கம் வணக்கம். நல்லா இருக்கீங்களா சார்?
நல்லா இருக்கேன் சார்.
சார்
ரொம்ப காமா இருக்கிறீங்க.
நல்லா இருக்கீங்களா சார்? எப்படி சார்?
போகுது ஏதோ போயிட்டு இருக்குது. Because of Gunadekar sir, we are able to see you.
Point sir. Everything is going in smooth and super manner, sir.
He is putting very hard. Nobody will do such things. He is a bull worker.
Super, sir. Sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
His team also really fortunate. His team also. His team and institution is really putting all their support and encouragement to conduct such things. Really great.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Doing well, sir. For the welfare of the student community.
Yeah.
வீட்டுல நல்லா இருக்காங்களா சார்? மேடம் எல்லாம்
going on well. அவ்வளவுதான்.
பேண்டமிக் அவங்க எப்படிங்க சார் இருக்குது? லாக்டவுன் மத்த இதெல்லாம்
இல்ல சார், எல்லாம் காலேஜ் எல்லாம் ஓபன் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. இந்த கோலுக்கு போய் இந்த பிரம்மோத்சவம் இல்ல, இந்த பேட்டாசி மாசம் இல்ல, பேட்டாசி மாசம் ஆளு கூட நிறைய வந்து நிக்கிறாங்க. பட் we don't know the effect that will be seen only after 15 days, not now. It will be blown up and it will be curtailed only after 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Today we may feel nothing, but after 2 weeks, if it is nothing, then it is well and good. If there is some impact, then we can see.
There is a problem.
Nothing will be done with overnight. Nothing will be done with overnight.
Sure, sir. Yes.
It takes some time for mutation.
Sir. Sure, sir.
In the department இருக்கீங்களா? பேக்ரவுண்ட் எல்லாம் போர்டு இருக்குது, பிளாக் போர்டு.
ஆமா சார், டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்ல லேப்ல உட்கார்ந்திருக்கேன் சார்.
நாங்கெல்லாம் வீட்ல உட்கார்ந்திருக்கோம்.
வீட்ல இருக்கீங்க சார்.
ஆமா.
சரி. Thank you so much, sir. Nice to see you.
காபி சாப்பிட்டீங்களா இல்லையா?
சார் காபி சாப்பிட்டேன் சார்.
நான் சாப்பிட்டுக்கிறேன் இப்போ, அதனால
சாப்பிட்டுட்டு இருக்கேன். பக்கத்துல இருந்தா ஷேர் பண்ணிக்கலாம் சார், வாங்கிக்கலாம் சாப்பிட்டு.
எபிடெமிக் அதே என்ன இருந்தாலும் சோஷியல் இன்டராக்ஷன் இஸ் வெரி வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் இன் லைஃப்.
Yes, sir.
If there is no social interaction, then nothing luxurious things.
Nothing will happen, sir.
சினிமா பார்க்கணும்னா ஒரு தியேட்டர்ல ஒரு 1000 பேர் உட்காந்துலாம் அப்பதான் என்ஜாய்மெண்ட். நம்ம மொத்தம் சினிமா பார்க்க முடியாதுல்ல.
ஆமாங்க சார். கரெக்டுங்க சார்.
உங்களுக்கு ஏதோ இந்த ஓரல் பிரசன்டேஷன் ஜட்ஜியை கொடுத்துருக்காங்களே.
பேசுங்க.
Jai Shankar sir, good afternoon,
Yes.
sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Sir, can we start the technical session, sir?
Yes, please go ahead, because what
Yes,
I have to
because
do
already we are
is
running short of half an hour.
I am readily available.
Yes, sir. Sir, Bhattacharya, sir.
Yes, I am available.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So you will be presenting your screen, right, sir?
Yes.
Please share
Yes,
your
okay.
screen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Madam, are you able to read any citation by date of him, or just straight away I can ask him to deliver the lecture? What is the
Sure, sir. Sure. Yeah. Okay, sir.
No, straight away I am requesting to deliver the lecture. That's all. Is it?
Yes, sir. Now we will also introduce you first, and then we will request you to chair the session.
Okay.
So once you give an once you say about the speaker, then our people will introduce the speaker, sir.
Okay. Please.
Are you going to institute, sir?
Myself?
Yourself, sir.
No. Only the evening times I go, not regularly.
Regularly, okay, sir.
The pandemic made me so irregular.
Oh, yeah.
I am enjoying with my irregularities.
Sir.
Well begun is half done.
Yes, yes,
Because
well,
the
well
inaugural
begun,
session
half done.
went on well.
Yeah.
Well begun is half done.
Half done. Yeah, yes, correct, sir. Okay, sir.
I don't think you had a sleep for the last 1 week.
Oh, sir.
And tomorrow evening itself, you will initiate one more conference. That I am quite sure.
Yeah.
You never be at rest.
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, in collaboration with St. Joseph's College, Tiruchirappalli,
Okay.
we are planning one conference.
Okay.
In collaboration with National College, Tiruchirappalli.
Okay, very good, very good.
Another conference.
Okay.
And what you have done before Corona, that Urumu Dhanalakshmi College.
Yeah.
We are having another program, sir.
Okay, very good, very good.
Also, I think we are waiting. Yes, sir. 2 weeks before, I had been to Trichy to sign a MOU with these two institutions. With the ISPA.
Okay, very good, very good, very good.
Yes, sir.
Really great. That's what I'm telling. Last 1 week, you may not have sleep.
Yes,
but tomorrow itself, you won't get sleep to unless you organize, you plan one more event.
Yes, sir.
So can we start, sir?
Okay.
Please,
Okay, start. Yeah, okay.
Good morning, sir. I'm very delighted to introduce our chairperson, Professor C.K. Jaishankar, was born in Chemanapalli village, Chittoor district, Andhra Pradesh. He has completed his undergraduate degree in physics from Sri Srinivasa University, Tirupati, followed by his post-graduation from the same university. He went on to complete his PhD in physics in the year of 1983 from the same university. He has done his postdoctoral fellowship from 1984 to 86 in the field of laser physics at UPR CNRS, France. He has rich in 38 years of experience in research and 27 years of experience in teaching. He has started his career as postdoctoral research associate at the University of Virginia, USA during 1986 to 1989. Then he worked as the senior research assistant, Department of Physics, University of Hong Kong. He joined as the assistant professor, Department of Physics, Sri Srinivasa University, Tirupati in the year of 1989 and elevated as associate professor in the year of 1988 and then promoted as the professor in the year of 2006. He has made outstanding contribution on this preparation, characterization and optimization of a variety of lanthanide, optical quality glasses, ceramics and nanocrystalline materials, and he also explores the pressure and temperature dependent luminance properties, which has provided the valuable information about the interaction between lanthanide and its surrounding ligands and its possibility to develop the optical devices. He is one of the earliest pioneer in the field of spectroscopy of lanthanide ions, photonics, laser gas spectroscopy and material science, and has published significant in its domain. He has published more than 230 research papers in international peer-reviewed journals with more than 8,700 citations, and H index has 53 and I-10 index has 187. He has guided around 23 PhD scholars and a significant number of postgraduates and MPhils. He has organized 2 national conferences and has presented more than 400 papers in international national conference, seminars and workshops. He has delivered more than 388 invited talks at national and international conference, seminar and workshop. He has authored at 5 books so far. He has been the principal investigator and co-investigator of more than 23 sponsored major projects with a fund of more than 25 years funded by the wide variety of government and industrial organizations, both from India and abroad countries such as Germany, UK, Italy, Spain, Mexico, Brazil, and Korea. And he has invited several university and institute to under the various capacity as visiting guest and guest visiting and invited professor, including Eclos Centrale, Paris, France, University of Parodon, Germany, University of Verona, Italy, University of La Langona, Spain, Heritage Part University, Edinburgh, UK, and Nakhon Padam University, Rajapad University, and Thailand. Professor Jaishankar is the recipient of several awards and appreciation. He is the life member of Rare Earth Association, Indian Association of Physics Teachers, and the Luminance Society of India. Now I requested Professor C.K. Jaishankar to chair this session.
Thank you very much, madam, for a lengthy introduction. Nowadays, all those things can be seen in the website. And thank you very much for your kind appreciation about me. And now it is the time for me to start the next session. And it's already delayed by 35 minutes. And keeping in mind, we have to add 40 minutes and so on. And you know, in the inaugural session, there is a very eminent person who got ISPA Veteran Scientist Award. Is none other than Professor Debashish Bhattacharya, and he is going to deliver his first talk on probable mechanism of disaggregation of protein by peptides. So now I hope the organizers will read biodata before he is invited to deliver his talk. Introduce about the speaker, Professor Debashish Bhattacharya.
Yes. Now I request Dr. Priya ma'am to introduce our invited speaker.
Good morning to one and all. It's my privilege to welcome our invited speakers for National Virtual Conference on Recent Advances in Material Science, Dr. Bhattacharya. Dr. Bhattacharya is a 64 years, had got a Master of Degree from Calcutta University in 1978. During the tenure of his PhD degree at Bose Institute, he was first introduced in the world of protein chemistry and enzymology. He joined as a scientist in CSIR, Indian Institute of Chemical Biology at Calcutta in 1992. In the initial days, he did extensive structural investigation on the galactose metabolic enzyme UDP galactose 4-epimers and the toxic component of the venom from Russell Viper. Later, he conducted a series of studies on the enzyme boromylin from pineapple. This fruit is a cash crop in northeast India. Parallelly, as a support to private industries, he offered long-term research finding on the two drugs, Pleasantec of Mr. Albert David Private Limited and Stereodin of Mr. Union Drug Limited. During the last phase, he contributed significantly to the process of protein aggregation in vivo that has significance in dealing with neuronal disorders in human beings. The research of Dr. Bhattacharya was always financially supported by granting agencies like DST, ICMR, DBT, CA, as well as pharmaceutical companies. He examined innumerable theses from many universities and received many research proposals to be considered for granting. He published nearly 100 research papers, including reviews and book chapters. He hundreds of international research papers. Expect a few state of North India. He has traveled all across the country and visited that academic establishment other than USA. He has visited France, Spain, Philippines, and South Korea under their academic exchange programs. He was awarded Member of Honor by SPCN, the French Society of Biological Chromatography and Neoseparation. He has served a number of postgraduate colleges and universities around Calcutta as a guest lecturer. He was associated with Tirupura University since its inspection in various capacities. After his retirement from IICCP Kolkata in 2017, he was awarded visiting research professorship to Tirupura University by DBT for 1 year. Since then, he has been associated with several postgraduate college, universities, and research institutes as guest lecturer and project coordinator. Keeping academic apart, Dr. keen interest in public transportation, especially railway and tram. Internationally recognized person in the area of preservation of Kolkata Teamway, urban forestry and horticulture. We are honorable with present, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Now it is time for me to request Professor Debashish Bhattacharya to deliver lecture on probable mechanism of disaggregation of proteins by peptides. Please, sir.
Okay.
Please, organizer is supposed to allow this screen sharing.
Okay. So, respected
Please share your
chairperson.
screen. Please share your screen.
Yes. I talk half a minute, then I shall share the screen.
Okay, go ahead.
Respected chairperson and all the dignitaries and students associated with this seminar, we work on biological systems, and this is a conference on material science. So one could wonder how we fit into it. So, today I shall demonstrate that in our body, when there are deposition of proteins and that causes aggregation, various types of diseases are formed. One very dangerous disease is the Alzheimer's disease, where beta amyloid peptide is deposited in the brain, different portions of the brain, and you lose your memory. So other than that, even insulin, which is quite known for the diabetic people, the insulin has the similar property of aggregation in our body. So when there is deposition of insulin, there are various malfunctioning of the organs in our body. Therefore, we are trying to explore how this can be solved by using bromelain. Bromelain is an enzyme from pineapple. The edible fruit. So once we worked with that, we found that the mechanism by which the small peptides which are generated in our body in the digestive system that disaggregates the insulin aggregates, it is the same, not same, the mechanism is the same when other proteins that generate the small peptides during digestion, the amyloid beta protein aggregates or many other aggregates, these different combinations are there. The mechanism appears to be the same. That I shall demonstrate today. And in the process of experimentation, you will find that we have extensively used the spectroscopic techniques. And this is the reason why we have a deep relation with ISPA, because they are always dealing with varieties of spectroscopic techniques, methods, instruments, and we freely use those techniques. So now I share the screen and we'll try to explain it. Okay. Is this visible now?
Wait, 1 minute. Yes, now it is visible.
Okay, all right.
It's okay now.
Okay. So I will talk about the probable mechanism of disaggregation of proteins in our body by peptides. So these are two biomaterials which we are dealing with for alleviation of different diseases. This is a specific case, that's why I have mentioned a case study where insulin and the peptides from bromelain, this is the study materials, and it was done by one of my students, Sumana Das, but many other pairs of aggregating proteins and peptides were also investigated by other students for this last, say, about 15 to 20 years we are working on that. this is the production of insulin in our body, and it shows that in the pancreas beta cells, the insulin is produced and it can deposit on pancreas or on the liver, or even when insulin is injected to the patients, diabetic patients, at the site of injection, the insulin is also deposited. Then these are the actions and mechanisms of insulin, which is not very relevant at this point because these are all known. If I skip this, then this is the structure. Insulin is a small polypeptide. It has two chains. One is depicted in the pink color and one is in the yellow color. And they are linked by disulfide bridges. So they are chemically linked. You cannot separate them. One is called A chain, the other is called B chain. Under normal condition, the insulin molecule, it forms a trimer. Here is the picture of the dimer, a trimer, 1, 2, 3. So the whole molecule, as it occurs naturally, it has a combination of the two side chains, and they are not in the monomeric state, but they are in three molecules acting together. This is natural. The insulin, which acts as an amyloidal protein, it shows the mechanism is this, the hexamer, because this is 3 into 2, so this is hexamer. In presence of zinc ion in our body, it forms the dimer. Then it can be dissociated into monomer. The unfolded monomeric state, this is not stable and it can be achieved only under special conditions, which is not physiological. After that, the molecule, it undergoes partial unfolding. It undergoes partial unfolding, and this unfolded molecule, it forms the amyloid fibrils and it causes the disease. It is a agglomeration of the molecules, a large molecule. So we were trying how to disaggregate this molecule in vitro. This is the general feature for the formation of amyloid or this kind of protein aggregates in our body, that initial there is a lag phase. Under this lag phase condition, the patient, he or she is not aware what is going on in the body because there is no pathological manifestation. And there is an exponential growth of formation of these fibrils. This is true for all kinds of fibrillar structures. There is an exponential growth. So now the patient within a short time will suffer a lot, and virtually there is no scope for treatment. And after that, it is a saturation phase. So almost complete damage to the system is already done. And the x-axis is the time, y-axis is the extent of. So in the model of experiment which we designed, this is the normal hexameric insulin as available commercially. Then it was dissociated to monomeric state under special conditions, and unfolded monomer is generated in the laboratory, and the process of the fibrillar state formation is followed. This is the rule through which the insulin fibril is formed in our body also. That to enhance the formation of unfolded state, we apply different non-physiological conditions, because under physiological conditions, it may take, suppose, 5 years or 3 years. To reduce that time span, we apply different non-physiological conditions, but the molecular states are the same. This is one part, that how the disease is formed, what is the molecular basis of it, etc. And now this is the molecule which we propose for treatment. It comes from Bromelain is an extract from pineapple. It is an enzyme which is purified. Its structure, sequence, everything is known. When we eat anything, any edible item, then it is digested in our body, because the whole structure of the protein is digested by different proteolytic enzymes. First in the stomach, because in our saliva there is no protease. So it is first digested in the stomach in presence of pepsin for about 3 hours. Then it goes to the pancreatic, it comes in contact with pancreatic enzymes like trypsin, chymotrypsin, carboxypeptidase, aminopeptidase, etc. for about 4 to 6 hours. Then the molecule is very small, it is digested, degraded. In the later state of absorption in our body, in the small intestine and large intestine, on the membrane, there are brush border membrane which contains some unidentified proteases. So after such a series of protease exposure, the large proteins are converted to very small peptides. It may be dipeptide, tripeptide, which absorbs in the blood. Other molecules which are yet to be digested, they cannot be absorbed and they are excreted from our body. It is the same structure analysis. Okay, now this is the experiment that this is native insulin, monomeric insulin, so there is no question of aggregation. Now insulin is aggregated under defined condition, and when we add the bromelain, then it shows that there is disaggregation. These are TEM images, transmission electron microscopy. Similar experiments were done with atomic force AFM, atomic force microscopy. This is native insulin, monomeric insulin, aggregated insulin. So you can clearly see the cluster of the molecule. And after disaggregation, the clustering is now declustered, and the shape and size of these dissociated molecules are something similar like the monomeric state, because the large cluster is no more present. So it shows that bromelain peptides, which is generated in our body, it has the ability to disaggregate insulin aggregates. Okay. So these are physical evidence. Earlier we have demonstrated the spectroscopic evidence. This is physical evidence that this is size exclusion HPLC, where molecules are separated based on their shape and size. This is the native molecule, monomeric molecule, aggregated molecule. When the size is more, then it shifts to the left. And after disaggregation, it is almost, the value is closer to the major peak, corresponds to the monomeric state, though there are trace amounts of hexameric or higher mass are still there, because in biology, no reaction is 100% completed. The situation, the distribution of molecules is once again supported by dynamic light scattering, where when the aggregated molecule is formed, it goes out of range. We cannot measure the shape. But after disaggregation, it is once again within the measurable range, and it is somewhere like the hexameric original native state, which is hexameric in condition, in more or less in that range. And here this is out of range. This is the time kinetics of formation of insulin aggregate, monomer to aggregate, in presence and absence of the digested peptides from bromelain. So it is the natural course that during 3, 6, 12 on 48 hours, there is gradual formation of the aggregate, which is clearly visible from TEM, transmission electron microscopy. And in presence of the digested peptides, the formation or extent of formation of the aggregate is much less. This is also reflected with thioflavin T. This is a chemical organic fluorescence reagent that can estimate the formation of aggregated products. This is the original one. This is disaggregated, aggregated, and sorry, this is hexameric, monomeric, aggregated, and disaggregated. And this is the time kinetics. It shows that in absence of the bromelain peptide, the rate of aggregation is higher and aggregation is inhibited in presence of the bromelain peptides. It is possible that if the amount of bromelain peptide is increased, then the result could improve. But normally we present in this condition that there is inhibition of the process. It is not required that it should be 100% inhibited. Okay. Then once again, same type of experiment, time kinetics, that in presence of, in absence of the peptides, these are very dense aggregates are there, and in presence of the peptides, the extent of formation of the peptides are less. Then we followed what is the mechanism, because it is known that insulin A and B sequence, this is the in the insulin B chain, this portion is the susceptible area through which the aggregation is formed. This is known. So the bromelain primary amino acid sequence is aligned with the bromelain sequence to identify the probable site of bromelain which can form the bond with the insulin chain, so that aggregation process is inhibited. Because when this area is blocked by some other molecule other than insulin, then definitely this insulin will no more available for continuation of the aggregation process. Now, the bromelain molecule, as I described earlier, when somebody eats the fruit and bromelain is digested in our digestive tract by pepsin, trypsin, chymotrypsin, etc., then small peptides are generated, and with the assistance of the analysis that I presented earlier, it shows that there are three possible peptides, TGY, these are three amino acids, a single letter code, SY and VRR. These three are probably most probable small peptides generated from bromelain that can interact with the insulin molecules and can prevent the process. So while doing so, these three peptides were synthesized in the laboratory. Means these were commercially available, so we ordered these three peptides to some amount, and the same process of insulin growth, fibrillar growth, was continued in presence of these three peptides separately. And it shows that of the three, the first and last one, they were capable of disaggregating the molecules, while the middle one, SY, it cannot, because it shows formation of very large lumps of this kind of fibrillar structure. Whereas now these are fragmented. These pieces are small. So between TGY and VRR, definitely it appears to be even better, the VRR. So we had a clue that these peptides, they can disaggregate the insulin molecule, or it can prevent the formation of the aggregation. Okay. Then once again, we depended on different spectroscopic studies on insulin under different conditions to see to what extent the structures of the monomeric form, the aggregated form, disaggregated form, they differ, or whether they are similar or not. So this is ANS related. ANS is another fluorophore that interacts with protein hydrophobic patch on the surface, and that increases the fluorescence intensity. So it shows that once this is desegregated, there is virtually no interaction with ANS, and clearly showing that the desegregated molecule and the original molecule, desegregated molecule and the original molecule, they are different in terms of spectroscopic character. This is with ANS, and here we worked with infrared spectroscopy. Sorry, this is infrared spectroscopy, and this is CD, circular dichroism. In both the experiments, it shows that IR spectra of the native and denatured monomeric state, they considerably differ from the desegregated product. Here also there is significant difference in the structure. Okay. These are similar experiments. Now we are working with cytotoxicity on cells with the help of cell survival in insulin. So these are cellular studies, and in cellular, this is a kind of mandatory experiment that we need, because whenever we propose any peptide which is acting as a drug or drug-like, then one has to be ensured that it has no toxicity on the normal cells. If the molecule is very toxic, then definitely it cannot be recommended for use as a drug. So it shows that when the concentration of insulin is increasing, then there is toxicity, but in presence of those peptides, no significant toxicity could be demonstrated. And there are other arguments for prevention of the aggregation of insulin, that this octapeptide, this area that I referred, this is the site through which the insulin molecule it aggregates. So it was obligatory to show whether this peptide is synthesized, and the small peptides from the bromelain, which we have identified, that can in reality disaggregate or can inhibit the formation of this susceptible octapeptide molecule. So this is the generation of the octapeptide of insulin, the aggregated form, because that portion is strongly hydrophobic. Therefore, it forms the strong structure, and the aggregation is almost uncontrolled. And since aggregation is uncontrolled, definitely it forms toxicity on the cells, and with increase of concentration, cell viability is reduced. Whereas in presence of the bromelain peptide, there is no such formation of a large aggregate. There are a few, but these are fragile, and the number is very less, diameter is less, because these are under same magnification. And in the cell viability, it shows that initially there is loss of cell viability, but cell viability is improved of those bromelain peptides. Okay. Then this is the mechanism, and that is the summary of our results, that the amount of bromelain peptides which is available for, or which causes desegregation or inhibition of aggregate formation, the stoichiometry is not 1:1. It is not 1:1 stoichiometry is required, and just like drugs, we can achieve this kind of desegregation when the small peptide, it may be 1:2 like that. So when a substoichiometric amount of peptide is working, then usually we think about the enzyme-like turnover, because in the turnover catalytic site process, when enzymes undergo the reaction, catalytic reaction, the enzyme remains intact, and that's why very little amount of enzyme is required. So it is our assumption that the M6, the original molecule, it forms the monomer, then it forms different intermediate steps, and then it ultimately forms the aggregated state. So different types of mechanisms have been proposed that this is the insulin molecule and this is the small peptide. They must interact, otherwise it will be inactive, it will be inert. So this is the first association. When first association is there, we propose that one molecule of insulin is removed from the aggregate and it forms an adduct with the peptide. After that, this is the process. The peptide must be released, otherwise how it can cyclize, or it can form the cycle of disaggregation. So this is disaggregated, but when the molecule is dissociated from the peptide, it is no more insulin, exactly like insulin, but this is modified. When this is modified, it has no ability to form the aggregated product once again. So this is the theme, that whatever may be the mechanism, it must bind to the small peptide. After binding, it is dissociated, and the dissociated molecule is not structurally identical with the original molecule. As a result, this modified molecule cannot form the aggregate. This process can be, it can be explained in either way, that once the aggregate is preformed, means already aggregate is formed and you have added the peptide, the disaggregation is there because of this equilibration. Once again, when the aggregation is initiated starting from the monomer molecule in presence of the peptide, it prevents aggregation through the same mechanism, because in either case the amount of peptide, bromelain peptide, which we are adding is substoichiometric in nature. So other than that, or which is very similar to this, no other mechanisms are possible. In our other experiments, we verified that similar situation was there when the beta amyloid peptide and insulin, or beta amyloid peptide and ubiquitin derived peptides, they all undergo similar type of reactions, and that's why we have the notion that probably this is the mechanism through which the aggregated molecules are disaggregated. Then the future scope, actually these experiments were already done and completed. We did animal experiments both in the brain for Alzheimer's disease and in insulin for other organs, and it was observed that these peptides, they can indeed cure the disease. Cure the disease means whatever damage is already there, this is irreversible in terms of memory. But when these peptides are applied, we found that disaggregation is done and no more aggregation is observed. So we also have in vivo experiment to support our observation. This is insulin 5. These are the publications. These are reviewed and published, and these are animal experiments which were already done in the last 2-3 years. And so finally, I thank you to be with me for listening to this. Therefore, now I can address any question that you have in your mind. So, any question or any comments or clarification from anybody in the audience?
Professor?
Yes.
Just for clarification, but in continuation of our in vitro study, and
Yes.
we are going for near future, that is with animal system. Why
Yes.
can't you go with human being system directly? Any problem? Because we are dealing with yeah.
Even now, animal experiments are highly restricted.
Oh, restricted.
Because of ethical problems. So the natural course is, once you get any positive result in vitro, then we go to cellular studies.
Oh.
So cellular studies are ex vivo, so there is no ethical question.
Oh, okay.
So if you are successful in cellular studies, then you proceed for animal experiments.
Oh.
Once animal experiments are successful, means lower grade of animals like mice or rabbit, like that, only then you are permitted to work on primates like monkey, etc. When this is successful, only then you can apply to human. But our advantage is the fruit bromelain, this is edible. So it can be directly applied to the patients or to the people who are suffering from this kind of disease as a food. This food is there is no restriction, so one can try directly with the human being, in the sense you give him the offer the food, so there is no ethical question in it.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
Anything else? Hello? Hello? From the audience. Hello? Anything from audience?
Sir, good afternoon, sir. This is Dr. Radhakrishnan, Biochemistry Department. Sir, I want to just ask you, have told cell culture cytotoxicity, sir. Which cell lines you have used, sir?
It depends on what kind of cell that you can procure. For example, we work with neurotoxicity in the brain, then human brain cell, human or any animal brain cells or neuronal cells, these are most appropriate. But when you are working with insulin, then liver cell or kidney cells, that will be more appropriate. So it all depends on what is your target organ, and then accordingly you select your cell. But mind that many of the cells are very difficult to culture, and especially the culture and for their survival.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sir?
Thank you, sir.
Is there any other questions from audience, please? If there are no other questions, I really thank the speaker, Professor Debashish Bhattacharya. Initially, he is telling that this topic is odd man out. No, it is not at all odd man out. The subject itself is very, very interesting. The biological tissue is also one part of the material science. And
Yes.
today, nanotechnology is developed only to make use of the nanobiological systems, because you see, our body is made of nanoscale, nano-sized materials. So your biomolecules or everything is going to be related with nanotechnology only. Today, nanotechnology is progressing rapidly just because we want to make use of in biological samples, because in material science, nanotechnology is not going to be that much helpful. Because you see, operation, detection, and analysis is very, very difficult if at all you come into a non-living objects. In the case of living objects, only nano-sized materials are very, very essential. Before that, we know all those things. When you apply the nanoscience, nanotechnology to biological samples, we know all those things. So this subject is more appropriate, more applicable, and this is having direct application with the societal applications. So in this connection, and I really thank you very, very much for your excellent talk. And really you proved that you richly deserve this lifetime as veterinary award given by the ISPA. I'm quite sure. I will agree that you are the right person chosen by the ISPA to give ISPA Veteran Scientist Award. You really did a justice, and all are very, very happy. Congratulations, sir. and I'm going to see that you will get many more hours in your research endeavors, because there is no death for research. There is no end for research. When you do research, you will be active day by day. See, the researchers and teachers are day by day young because they are able to learn many, many things. Once you are learning, that makes you active and healthy also, and your system will work to do many things, and so on. So I thank you very much, sir. Really great job you have done, and ISP is really appreciating your talk. And with this, I invite the next speaker, who is none other than.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And we will go to next top speaker, who is none other than Professor J. Jayabharati, who also got ISBA Lifetime Achievement Award, and she already spoke during the presentation. And now I request the organizers to introduce the speaker much more details now. The organizers may come forward.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
I am privileged to introduce Dr. J. Jayabharati ma'am. She has done her doctoral in chemistry from Annamalai University and postdoctoral fellow in Taiwan. Her area of research include organic light emitting diodes, OER, HER, ORR, synthetic organic chemistry, and computational chemistry. She has guided really 18 PhD scholars, 26 MPhil students, and 8 MSc students. She has published nearly 3 patents. She is the investigator for project from UGC, CSIR, DST, CERP, and TAN SEST. She has received member of award. She has received number of awards such as Fellow of Royal Society of Chemistry. She has nearly published 3 books, and she has published really research paper 266 journals, international and 5 national journals. She has traveled countries like Taiwan and
Thank you very much for introduction. Now I request Professor J. Jayabharati, who is richly deserved because he is the only speaker in our audience today having FRSC, and really we are fortunate, and she is going to deliver a topic on recent advancements of efficient blue emitters for organic light emitting diodes. Now I request you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Sir,
Please.
is it visible, sir?
Yes, madam. Now we are able to see
Okay,
the
sir.
PPT.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Madam, thank you for your nice introduction. Since we are running with a short of time, I just don't want to waste the time by saying the introduction. And straightly, I'm talking about the recent advancements of efficient blue emitters for organic light emitting diodes. Since the entire display unit now in need of blue emitters for generating the white lights, I and my research group are interested to generate the blue emission from efficient small molecules, and by using the blue emitters, we are interested to generate white light with a higher efficiency. So here, this is my outline of my presentation: introduction, history of organic electronics, and fluorescent OLEDs, phosphorescent OLEDs, and white OLEDs, and summary. So this is the span of history of organic electronics. In the year of 1950 to 1985, it is the age of organic science, And from 1985 to 2021, it is the age of organic electronics. I'll discuss this slide in detail in the following slides. So what is the difference between organic light emitting diodes with the dominating LEDs? Organic light emitting are eco-friendly in production. Only less components are involved, and maximum the highlight utilized in this. And this products are very thin and transparent. We can have the design flexibility, that is light in weight, free in shape. Then it is eco-friendly. We cannot have the hazardness to eyes by the blue light, and it is having higher color rendering index. So these products are very flexible and rollable, and we are having the wearable products, the portability products by OLEDs. So here the manufacturing cost is very low when we are going for a solution process rather than coating process. So by use of this solution process, we can have the large area printing and low temperature. We can have the wide viewing angle picture, and it is on most energy saving technique when compared with the LEDs. It is having microsecond response and low power consumption. So now here the OLEDs. OLEDs are developing the revolution between the human and the machine, which is dominating in the mobile and the TVs. So the success of OLEDs comprises optical and quality of the products. Considering this electrical, it required only low power, low voltage, and wide temperature, because in OLEDs the emissive materials are organic materials. It does not require backlight. It is self-emitting. Considering the mechanical part, it is very thin. The products are very thin, flexible, and we are having the slim border in this OLEDs products. The flexible characters are 100 times, 1000 times greater than that of the LED products. We can have the thickness with 0.3 millimeter. Because here the emissive materials are organic material, which is very thin and light, and it is a non-crystalline. Because of the non-crystalline nature, the mechanical stability of the products will be increased. And when we are launching the TV in the hall, we can sit at anywhere and we can see the picture, everything. That is by sitting 170 degree angle also we can have clear vision. This is self-emitting organic material. So here we can go with 1 lakh contrast, and on the operation temperature we can go with 20 to 60
Participants are requested to mute the audio. All participants are requested to mute the audio.
Sir, organizers can mute, sir, because organizer has a provision. Except they can mute all the other microphones, sir. Organizer is having a provision.
Sir, shall I continue?
Please go ahead, madam. Please go ahead,
So
madam.
this is a fast response time. It required far less than 10 microsecond. So here some of the products, the OLED TVs are rollable in shape. Now these rollable TVs are marketed. We are having the bendable watches, curved watches, and this ultra thin TVs. So slim border TV, very transparent TV products. So here the evolution of a television, which was started with CRT in the year of 1990, and the cathode ray tube, so which is very bulky and portable. We felt very difficult because of the size. For this small cartoon, just for joke I have made, in the year of 1990, the people are working, so they become very thin. Then this is the rear projection TV, followed by plasma display, then this LCD. In this LCD to LED, here this plasma light is the backlight, whereas in the LED is the backlight. Then this LED is now replaced by means of OLEDs. Now here in this 2021, the product size is very thin, but the man is growing because of the less work. So when we go from here to here, the resolution is increased, and here in this y-axis I have given this thickness too thin. When we replaced this CRT by OLEDs, you see the size is very small, very thin, and a very slim border because of this organic material as the emissive material. So OLEDs everywhere. This is the airport, international airport, full made up of OLEDs. And here in future, we are having the flexible products, no doubt. We can keep the television in the packet. We can leave the PC in our packet. Like the products are trying to market out very soon. So the virtual and augmented reality enabled by OLEDs, the requirement for that is a very fast response, brightness, and ultra high resolution. So this OLEDs development is based on materials and device and the products. The materials and the molecular structure is very important, and it should form thin film without damaging the film, and the fabrication process it should adopt. During the device fabrication, the simple device structure should need, and there should be on surface interface between the emissive layer and the hole injection layer or electron injection layer. As I said previously, the fabrication process required is a solution process. Of course, the solution process is low cost when compared with the coating process. So then this development of OLEDs are concerned with the products, the manufacturing tools, and the manufacturing cost, and it depends based on these two, the market competition will lead. So now this OLEDs products, the performance is very important. The display size and the high resolution it need. So based on that, the prices are fixed. The maximum number of products should be produced, and the solution process is the need to reduce the cost of the product. So the function, already I have mentioned, the products are curved display, bendable, rollable, foldable, and flexible displays. All these are attracting the customer in this OLEDs market. So this OLEDs products are comprising of interdisciplinary, industry-driven. Here the science in handling with the industrial chain made the product. So in the science, the materials is very important. So for the producing the materials, the chemistry required, and to analyze the conductivity, physics people required, and the electronics people also required. Then by here in this industry, the equipment should provide, and the panel should be provided, and the design of the products should be made by means of this industry. So here, this is the small bar diagram to grow the OLEDs product in the market. So in this 2012, it is only $7.2 million benefit. In the year of 2021, it increased to 27 million. So this blue is the mobile, and this light blue is the TV, and this is green is the PC and other electronic goods. When concerned with this, now the major problem in the world is global warming. So in this household electricity, I have comprised in this circle. For lighting, it is 10%, and for air conditioning, it is 17%, and home electronics 8% contributes. So how to reduce these percentages to avoid the global warming? I have given this comparison table. First, the light is incandescent bulb, followed by fluorescent, followed by LEDs, followed by OLEDs. So here the coloring rendering index is high almost for all. But here, when we are concerning the safety concern, this incandescent is very hot, and in the fluorescent there is a mercury gas filled with that one, that also hazard, and the LED also very hot. But for OLEDs products, OLEDs lighting, nothing is reported so far. And then this efficiency is increased when we are replacing this incandescent by OLEDs. The switching lifetime is very excellent in this OLEDs products. The color tunable is made for OLEDs, but the only defect is the cost when compared with this LEDs. So here in this LCD technology and the LED technology, here the liquid crystal is used in both the cases. Here the backlight is a fluorescent light in LCD liquid crystal display. The liquid crystal display plate is embedded with so many electrodes, glass plates and filters, etc. In the case of LED, the light emitting diodes are used as the backlight. So coming to this LCD display, here LCD is not on this liquid crystal is not on self-emissive, it requires a backlight. And also for this fabrication process, it requires color filters, polarizers, light guides, backlight unit, etc. And also it is on angle dependent. Like your LED products, OLEDs products, we cannot go with 170-degree angle. It is on angle dependent, and the process is very slow, and 80% of a backlight is lost when using this LCD technology. And the color contrast also very poor, and this response time also very poor. But however, the production scalability enabled the LCDs to take over the entire display market. In this OLEDs, a very small structure, the organic layers is coated in between this that is anode and the cathode. It is a fast response because no backlight used here, since the organic materials are self-emissive materials. Only simple design, the device structure, only few components are involved. This is what I have quoted here is on single layer OLEDs structure. It is energy efficient, the products are thin, very fast response, excellent color contrast. We can go with 1 lakh. And but the difficulty here is the fabrication process, which only limited the production scalability when compared with the LCD techniques. So here now the display market required the white color. So the white color is the white OLEDs are harvested by using the blue, and the blue is mixed with the yellow phosphor, and white light is generated. This is OLED displays are very cool, and no hot concern here. So this is OLEDs and LEDs together in this flight, and types of OLEDs regarding by using so many categories, we can have the types of OLEDs. Here I have made with emissive materials. By using polymer materials, it is called polymer OLEDs or P-OLEDs. By using small molecules as emissive materials, we are calling this as organic light emitting devices. So here in this, and the conventional display, which is again categorized by two ways. One is passive matrix OLEDs, another one is active matrix OLEDs. So here in the year of 1962, the inorganic materials are used, that is, I mean, the liquid crystal. But here the advantages is a long lasting, no doubt, and also these materials are robust, but it concerned with so many disadvantages. The products are very rigid. We cannot go with the bendable scale up and curved products, everything, because of the rigid, and this is a very expensive and dimmable, and which is also hazardous. When organic materials are the emissive materials, having the so many advantages, flexible, inexpensive, it is very greener and tailorable. Only the disadvantages is short lifetime and cost effective. So here the comparison with organic and inorganic semiconductors, in this excitons, in organic excitons, the bonding is van der Waals bonding, whereas in inorganics, the inorganic excitons consist of covalent or ionic bonding. Here the electron mobility is very high in the case of inorganic semiconductors were compared with organic semiconductors. But this light absorption is high for organic emissive materials rather than this inorganic materials. So here in organic materials, the binding energy is high around about 1 electron volt, whereas in inorganic semiconductors it is only 100 milli electron volt. The radius is very small for organic semiconductor excitons when compared with the inorganic excitons. So here the excitons are nothing but electron hole pair it is. So the it is a singlet excitons and triplet excitons. When it is excited, when organic emissive material is excited, there is a 25% singlet excitons generated, whereas 75% triplet exciton generated. By the population of this excitons, the efficiency will be tuned. So this is the excitons are not on charge, it transport only the energies. How these excitons are generated? By both photo generation and by means of electrical generation. So why do we care about this singlet excitons and the triplet excitons? As we are knowing this Jablonski diagram, the singlets excitons contribute to fluorescence, whereas the triplet excitons contribute to phosphorescence. So here the small picture I have shown this organic semiconductor and inorganic semiconductor. There is a Frankel exciton where this the charges are located on a single molecule, so its radius is only 10 Armstrong unit. Whereas in inorganic semiconductors, it delocalized in the large area, so its radius is 100 Armstrong unit. So here in between this organic semiconductor, organic exciton and inorganic exciton, the new exciton are introduced, which is called charge transfer excitons, whose contribution is very high in order to enhance the efficiency of OLEDs. So now coming to this slide, in the beginning, that is in the year of 1950, the organic molecules behave as a semiconductor was first proposed by Inachu by using this diketo molecule. The isomers of violanthrene and isoviolanthrene shows the conductivity, which was first reported in the year of 1950 by this Inachu professor. Followed by this, Pope et al. Shows the organic crystals, that is anthracene crystals. When it is coated in between the anode and the cathode, it shows the conductivity, and but the efficiency was very low, and the crystal grow also very difficult. And so now this recombination zone is reported by means of this Helfrich in the year of 1965. When the material is coated in between anode and the cathode, there is a recombination zone is generated. In the recombination zone found with the excitons. Now the excitons are decay to radiatively and also non-radiatively. So, but it required high voltage, very high voltage. But anyhow, the exciton formation, recombination of exciton was first reported in the year of 1965. Then, in order to reduce the voltage, this Hager et al. Used the doping organic molecules, because when we go for doping, the crystallization will be very easy. So that he has reported, and also for exciton formation also it required low voltage. So the first person who has reported that doping techniques in the year of 1978, Hager et al. Then this Forrest et al., who is the father of the phosphorescence second generation emitters, he used the diodes, organic and inorganic hetero diodes, by using this tetrapyrrolene polypyrrolene materials. Here, by using this organic inorganic diodes, the voltage is reduced from 50 volt to 20 volt. So now coming to this generation of this emissive materials, which comprises of this 5 or 6 generations so far reported. The first generation fluorescence OLEDs, where this Tang et al. Is the father of OLEDs. The polymer OLEDs reported by Frank et al. Baldo et al. Reported the electrophosphorescence, that is the second generation. And this Galaxy phone, which was marketed out in the year of nearing 2010, and 55 inches TV was marketed by LG company first. Then here This Adachi et al. Now the entire display market was adopted by Adachi et al., who has reported the highly efficient thermally actuated delayed fluorescence and hyperfluorescence that was the 4th generation materials. So here the emission modes, first generation fluorescent emission mode, the efficiency are only low only, but the lifetime is reasonable. Then the triplet fusion OLEDs, whose the efficiency was enhanced when compared with this fluorescence OLEDs, reasonable lifetime. The second generation emitters is phosphorescence emitters, higher efficiency, long lifetime for red and green, but the worldwide required blue color is having very, very short lifetime by using the heavy metal complexes, iridium complexes, platinum, gold complexes as MSU material. The third generation, father of third generation, Adachi et al., he has introduced the TADF materials. The efficiency was extensively enhanced. No heavy atom, so here no the cost effect, and again here the problem with the blue emitters of short lifetime. Then in connection with this TADF materials, where comes the HLCT materials, that is a hybridized locally excited and charge transfer materials, whose efficiency is enhanced and no heavy atom. The lifetime for blue is again questionable in our lab concerned with this HLCT materials. Then the fourth generation, again it was reported by Adachi et al., low cost. The blue lifetime is developing, and color purity is high. So this Tong et al., who is the father for first generation, here this internal quantum efficiency is restricted to only 25%, whereas the remaining 75% dissipated as a heat. The simple Jablonski diagram proposed by Tang et al. Here by electrical excitation, there is the electron hole recombination takes place. As a result of electron hole recombination, 25% singlet excitons generated, whereas 75% triplet excitons generated. Here, this energy barrier between these excited singlet and the triplet is too high. There is no question about intersystem crossing. Therefore, only the singlet excitons dissipate to or transfer to ground state by emitting the light, that is fluorescence light, whereas the 75 exciton dissipated as heat energy. So that this internal quantum efficiency is restricted to 25% and the external quantum efficiency is restricted to 5%. Here, since this energy barrier is too high, here there is no intersystem crossing, only the rate of phosphorescence is enhanced. So here he has used this aluminum complexes as MSU material, very low cost, deep blue he has generated, and the color purity also high. So that he has published this paper in the year of 1987 by proposing this simple device structure. Here in between the whole transport layer, he has used this biphenyl derivative, and this electron injection layer and the transport layer is aluminum complexes. In between this whole transport layer and electron transport layer, the interface is the recombination region where the excitons or hole and electrons are recombined and dissipate energies, but this efficiency is restricted only to 25%. Now here this Forrest et al., who is the father of the second generation, in order to enhance the internal quantum efficiency reported by Tang et al. From 25% to 100%, he has replaced the MSU material by using the heavy metal complexes. So he used this iridium, the biphenyl pyridine as the ligand. So here he used this conventional Jablonski diagram, where he has harvested the internal quantum efficiency 100% from 25% reported by first generation, and the external quantum efficiency enhanced to 25%. So here he has used this material where this energy barrier between the excited singlet and the triplet is reduced, so that what happened, the singlet excitons, so 25% underwent intersystem crossing to this triplet excitons, which emits light. So here the 100% of course the internal quantum efficiency harvested, which making the external quantum efficiency at 25%. The only problem with this second generation emitters is a high cost, because the transition heavy metals are used, iridium, platinum, gold, etc. And even here, these materials are emitting the green light and the red light. The blue is again the problem. And the color purity also low, because there are so many transitions are possible in this iridium complexes. So here, these are all the materials reported by the Forrest et al. And Baldo et al. The first paper reported in this Nature in the year of 1980. Really, this phosphorescence emitters cause the display revolution because of this 100% efficiency. But these are very expensive. So here, the entire excited states, the population of excitons in this excited states are controlled by means of this heavy metals. So when we are using this heavy metals, by means of the intersystem crossing of this singlet to triplet, the new the emissive state is generated by means of this spin orbit coupling, that is MLCT. So here, this MLCT is the emissive state in this heavy metal complexes. Here, unlike this phosphorescence material or a triplet state, here relaxation is allowed, the processes are not slow, and the efficient phosphorescence are generated by means of these complexes. So again here, these complexes are reported as two types. One is phosphor bond, in which the excitons are generated or localized on the ligand only. The phosphor one type is platinum complexes. But here, since the excitons are populated on this ligand only, the mixing is very less mixing only. That is, here the mixing of a singlet and the triplets is directly proportional to this atomic number. Here, the platinum complexes, less mixing. Because of this, excitons are completely localized on this ligand. Whereas in this second type of phosphorus, it is even now using in this display market, iridium complexes, where this excitons are labeled as MLCT excitons. Here, complete mixing is possible in the case of the phosphor type 2. So this mixing time is only 1 microsecond. So here, these materials, this iridium complex materials followed the host dopant materials. Some host with a high triplet energy is used to excite the dopant molecules. So the energy is transferred from host to dopant by two ways. One is Forrester transfer, another one is Texter transfer. So here, the Forrester transfer, the distance between the donor and acceptor is very less than 100. Here, there is an interaction between the donor and acceptor is a Coulombic interaction. It is concerned with the singlet to singlet energy transfer. Whereas in the case of a Texter energy transfer, here both the singlet and the triplet energy transfer possible between the donor and acceptor. Now here, the entire, I'm very proud with this Adachi et al. He has developed the thermally activated delayed fluorescence in order to overcome the cost-effective issue faced by second generation emitters. He has used this organic materials and enhanced the internal quantum efficiency to 100% and the external quantum efficiency to 25%. The cost is very low, because here he has used the thermally activated materials where the singlet and triplet and excited singlet and excited triplet energies are isoenergetic. So what happened? The darkened triplets, 75% triplet excitons are underwent reverse intersystem crossing to singlet, and then here now the singlet excitons are 100%, which emits light. So the internal quantum efficiency is 100%. Here the rate of reverse intersystem crossing is far greater than that of phosphorescence. Here, no question about this phosphorescence. Only the singlet exciton utilization efficiency is enhanced by using this thermally activated delayed fluorescence, which was reported by this Adachi et al., a Japanese. So here again, he has introduced the hyperfluorescence to enhance the efficiency of a blue color. So here the comparison table of the emitters I have given. Fluorescence, which is only blue. The second generation, here he has reported a red and green. Thermally activated fluorescence, again red and green, and hyperfluorescence, all the three are reported. Efficiency also high in this second generation, third generation, fourth generation, and the cost is very, very high for second generation because of the high cost materials, iridium complexes are used. And then here the purity is very high in the case of the hyperfluorescence. So here now this entire display unit trying to enhance the lifetime of blue emissive materials. So here the lifetime of red emissive materials are very high relative to yellow, green, and blue. So now here this is the electron hole recombination takes place in this emissive layer, and then which emits light. So in this first generation, the 25% singlet excitons only emits fluorescence light, whereas the 75% triplet excitons are dissipated as heat. So that the internal quantum efficiency of first generation materials are restricted only to 25%, and the external quantum efficiency is restricted to 5%. So to overcome this issues, or to enhance the internal quantum efficiency and external quantum efficiency, the intersystem crossing principle was used by Forrest et al. By using the iridium complexes as the emissive material. By means of the spin orbit coupling, the 25% singlet excitons underwent intersystem crossing. Since this energy barrier is very low in the case of iridium complexes, so that now here the 100% phosphorescence phosphorescence was harvested, I can say otherwise internal quantum efficiency enhanced to 100% and external quantum efficiency enhanced from 5% to 25%. Now here the iridium complexes are very cost, so that was replaced by means of thermally activated delayed fluorescence by reducing the energy gap, or I can say the materials are chosen or reported by having the isoenergetic contribution with this singlet and triplet excitons. Now here the reverse intersystem crossing takes place. The 75% triplet excitons easily transfer to this singlet state, and this efficiency was enhanced to 100%, and the external quantum efficiency enhanced to 25%. So now here, based on that, the Wallet's academic group or developed this emissive materials by using this DFT calculation. And based on this DFT calculation result, the synthesis of the emissive materials will be made. For this wallets, the product should have ultra pure. So the purity of crystals were done by means of sublimation, then optical studies carried out, then with device fabrication, and this electroluminescent studies carried out. So here, this is the simple scheme of this device. The device consists of anode ITO, hole transport material, emissive material, electron transport material, followed by cathode. So this holes from anode and electrons from cathode recombined in this emissive layer, which produced the 25% singlet excitons and the 75% triplet exciton. The recombination produced all the lights depending upon this emissive material. So the functions of wallets. In this, the hole injection layer injects the holes from anode, which is a transfer to emissive layer by means of this hole transport layer. Again here, the electron injection layer injects the electron from cathode, which was a transfer to emissive layer by using this electron transport layer. Finally, the electron hole recombination takes place in this emissive layer, which emits light. So here the carrier injection, carrier transportation, followed by exciton formation, exciton recombination. The exciton recombination decides the efficiency of boulettes because the excitons can decay radiatively and non-radiatively. So here the organic materials again the problem. Here is the whole mobility is so far greater than that of electron mobility. So that there may be leakage of holes because the organic emissive materials generate a number of holes greater than that of electrons. So in this emissive layer, during this recombination, the excess of holes will be underwent leakage. So that here the efficiency will be decreased. So in order to block that excess of holes or excess of electrons, there is the hole blocking layer and the electron blocking layers are introduced. When we go for multi-layered structure of the device, the efficiency can be enhanced. So that here, but it is a cost. When we go for enhancing the layers or introducing more number of layers in the device, the cost will be higher. So here the performance from this after having device fabrication, we can calculate the current efficiency, power efficiency, external quantum efficiency, and if it is the TADF materials and HLCT materials or fluorescent OLEDs, the singlet exciton utilization efficiency is very important. So now when compared with this LED or LCD, again this price of OLEDs products are very high because of the dopants and the defect more, the complicated multi-layer structure, and that optical coupling is very less. So the solution is we can go with single or simple molecular emitters, simple device structure, and better light extraction techniques. So here to enhance the higher efficiency, the two strategies are followed: the emitting material with a high quantum yield, high dipole moment orientation, so that we can harvest the triplet excitons. When this device structure, it is the fabricated with by using the co-cost materials and low refractive index materials. So here this, as I have mentioned, this solution process and vacuum coating, the advantages of solution process are very low cost, easy fabrication, and time consuming is very less for fabrication. The disadvantage, the operation time is very high, operation voltage is very high. And then the dry process or vacuum coating, advantages low operation voltage and high brightness is harvested, disadvantages are high cost. So this efficiency is correlated with this equation. Here the outcoupling is directly proportional to the external quantum efficiency. So here when we are calculating this outcoupling efficiency, it is restricted only to 20%. Then the remaining 80% is dropped inside the devices. So the 80% may be emission to air, emission to substrate, and waveguide modes emission, and surface plasmon emissions. Since there is an angle difference between the layers coated in the device structure, this 80% light dropped inside the OLEDs. So how to get all light out? By using this optical gratings or by using this scattering centers and dipole orientation management. As the chemist, we are running with this dipole moment orientation. The physics people are interested by using this grating techniques. So here in this orientation, dipole orientation in the emissive layer, there are two modes. One is vertical emitting mode and another one is horizontal emitting mode. When this emitting mode is horizontal, the most of the light are dropped from the device, or the 20% outcoupling is enhanced to a major extent. So here when there is horizontal orientation of dipole moment, the efficiency, external quantum efficiency was enhanced to this outcoupling efficiency. When there is isotropic orientation of a dipole moment, it is enhanced from 20% to 30%, whereas a horizontal orientation of a dipolement, this efficiency, outcoupling efficiency was enhanced from 20% to 50%. Because when this horizontal orientation of a dipole moment, the radiative emission is predominant rather than this non-radiative emission of the excitons. So here the isomeric molecules, one is having this isotropic orientation whose quantum efficiency reported was 11.5%, which is enhanced to 15.8% by when there is on horizontal orientation of the dipole moment. So in the case of iridium complexes or the second generation emitters, the first paper was reported in this organic electronics where the external quantum efficiency is enhanced to 22.5%, where this orientation of the dipole moment reported as horizontal. So that the external quantum efficiency equation is modified by introducing this orientation of a dipole moment. So the second thing, by using this co-coast, when you are using the co-coast or when you are using this donor acceptor as the emissive material, there is the co-coast is formed here. When using the co-coast, there's the hole injection barrier and the electron injection barrier was reduced, so that there is the fast transfer of holes and electrons, and the recombination takes place in the emissive layer, which leads to enhance the. Yes.
Sorry for the interpretation, ma'am. Can you please make it short, ma'am? Because we have two more speakers.
Yeah.
Time is.
So right. So now in the year of 2014, the Nobel Prize was shared by these three scientists for the blue emitting and the major 10 problems. So this Waller's research is in consonance with the Make in India and the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister. Here, I want to just skip out all this. Then here, the contribution from my material science lab, we are going with the third generation emitters with HLCT materials we have generated by using this phenanthromidazole derivatives. The phenanthromidazole derivatives are very versatile materials. So here we have used we have reported so far the white MSC materials, the HLCT materials, the host materials, etc. So here, this is our reported materials, highly efficient materials whose structure was confirmed by means of this X-ray. And then for blue MSC materials, I have received this pattern. And then phosphorescent iridium complexes, second generation materials reported from my lab. And this is the Indian pattern for the green emission. And by using the nanomaterials, I have developed this hybrid wallets. Nanomaterials are used as electron injection materials. So here, after doing this DFT calculations, we go with the synthesis part. And then the stability was confirmed by means of TGA. Then optical studies were carried out. The HLCT materials are having this kind of Lippert Metaga plot. And then quantum yield also very high for these phenanthromidazole materials. And this, by using this CV, we have calculated HOMO-LUMO energies. This is the whole current and the electron current is calculated by using this device. And the materials we have reported from my lab, donor acceptor materials. This is the mechanism what we have proposed for white light emission. And by using the connection strategy, we have reported blue materials and RGB materials, host materials. So here, all these materials are recently we have reported this sensitized fluorescent OLEDs. So they are the white light required worldwide by societies and industries. This is becoming a reality very soon. For that, the blue light is needed. So these are all the white light we have reported. By using nanomaterials, we have harvested the green light. So here the upcoming future of OLEDs. OLEDs display newspaper, smart clothing, and ornament, OLED's ornament, digital map, visiting card, and the windows, OLED's windows, and much more. As a conclusion, will OLED's display dominate the displays and lighting? Yes, absolutely. But there are some challenges for white light. The blue emitter is a very need. Its lifetime should enhance to 200 times, and the patterning of large areas at a low cost is need for this white light. This is my material science lab. I have funded for this OLED's research by almost all funding agencies. And now at this platform, I thank all my research scholars and this National Tsinghua University, Taiwan, DST, UGC, DRDO, CSIR, and this TANSIT. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. Really very good talk. We enjoyed with your talk, and due to lack of time, we are unable to take advantage. But I am quite sure that the audience will get benefited. And my first appreciation is each and every slide is having valuable, and your presentation is very good. I have not seen this type of slides with really diagrammatically very impressive. And you, within 40 minutes or more, you have shown more than 185 slides. Really great. 185 slides, which is unimaginable. I never go beyond 60 or 50, and I am able to see 185, 186 slides. That shows her interest, her hard work, and how to impress the audience. And I'm really thankful to ISPA and the St. Peter College choosing the best speaker who richly deserves our organic light emitting diodes. Really, this is upcoming field, and she has given fingerprint analysis both inorganic, organic, phosphorus, and also Dexter theory, Poster theory. This is very hard to understand. Really, I am telling you, the Dexter theory and Poster theory, the key models to explain all this energy transfer, this and that. I am really congratulating you, madam. And now, one person or two persons from the audience.
Madam, the permission of the chairperson.
Yeah.
I have one clarification.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Madam, Jai Bharati, madam.
Yes, sir.
We are in first generation in the year 1987, you mentioned. In the year 2000, we were in the second generation of OLED.
Yes, sir.
Now we are moving towards the third generation, you have mentioned.
Fourth, fifth, sixth also, sir.
Fifth. What about the fifth, sixth also? Nice, very good. So the present generation, what about any comment on external quantum efficiency and outcoupling efficiency? Any improvement?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are as OLEDs, we are trying to trap out all the outcoupling out emissions, so that as chemists we are using the manager molecules to trap out all the light that emits from the device. The physics people are running with grading techniques, sir.
Yeah. Our chairperson of the session, Professor C.K. Jaishankar sir, is very good in fluorescence spectroscopy.
Oh.
That's why I see appreciate it like anything you. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Your material different, our material different. All
yeah.
the tools are the same.
Yeah.
And of course, sometimes I have referred some articles only for reference sake only. Today I was really seen. Previously it was virtual getting the knowledge from your papers. Today really we are getting online information. Thank you very much, madam.
Thanks.
You did really good work. We appreciate you very much. And I'm quite sure you will continue the same tempo. And as Professor Gunasekharan is telling that, you have to create a generation by generation, so that international standards should be on par with your research. That's what we wish. Anything else from the audience? If that is the case, I thank both speakers, Bhattacharya and Madam Jai Bharati, to have a successful completion of the first session, which is quite impressive and highly useful. And I thank with this to the organizers and to go for next session.
I thank you, Professor C.K. Jaishankar sir, for having conducted these two sessions, two talks more effectively.
No, it
Really,
is my pleasure, sir.
your
Really my pleasure. I enjoyed.
wonderful comment offered by you on the both the speakers. Really, we are
Really
happy.
great. Really great.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Madam, let us move on to the next session, madam. Salamari, madam. Let us move on to the next session.
The speaker itself is a chairperson.
Yeah.
I'm really afraid of it.
Yeah.
It's a reverse batting. It is a reverse batting.
And because we are running short of time, now I request
Previously, I am the umpire and you are the player. Now the situation is vice versa.
Yes, sir. So now I request Jayabharati ma'am to please chair the session.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And as Dr. C.K. Jaishankar sir was already introduced, so you can straight away start the session, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Now I request Professor C.K. Jaishankar sir to start your topic with spectroscopic investigation of DY3 plus doped glasses, year review. Sir, please, sir.
You have to stop sharing. You have to stop sharing, then I can share it. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to see something on the screen?
Yes, sir. Welcome.
Okay. So finally, I thank once again the organizers and the chairperson to share my knowledge. And the earlier talk was so great. And in that situation, what I can say, I'm just going to present only inorganic materials, particularly the title itself says dysprosium ion, because they have struggled a lot to get white light emission. Dysprosium is the unique ion which is able to emit all three colors, I mean blue, green and red. And now it will emit blue light. Instead of green and red, it will emit yellow color. So by optimizing the environment, by optimizing the ion concentration, one can tune white light as much as you can. And this talk is entirely on lanthanide based glasses. The earlier one is on organic materials. And now this is what I want to tell you. The spectroscopy is the, as you have seen the brochure, spectroscopy is the analytical tool which is seen everywhere, anywhere, and it will do from A to Z. I mean, spectroscopy is a powerful tool to analyze from anthropology to zoology, that's what I can say, or archaeology to zoology. And if you want to do some diagnostics, you have to characterize, spectroscopy is the tool. And this spectroscopy tool varies from material to material. And as I told you, I am from SV Tirupati. And now just you see, trivalent lanthanides have been widely studied in a wide range of optical materials due to good luminescence across UV, I mean ultraviolet infrared region, because of superior quantum efficiency of the many luminescent level, and it shows potentiality for developing optical gain media. Optical gain media is nothing but laser gain media. Sensors is nothing but optical sensors. And white light emitting sources, this is what you heard just in the last talk. And but still further investigations are needed, as there is no systematic variation noticed between host and active ion concentration. I mean, predictability is still missing, and that is allows you to do continue our research and strengthen our research. And in these aspects, one should evaluate what is its quantum efficiency, what is luminescence wavelength, energy, and so on, and properties depend upon host as well as active ion concentration. Therefore, the main focus of this work is to select novel host doped with lanthanide ions and characterize its optical properties and so on, having some potential applications, that is nothing but photonic devices. You see, I am telling about the glasses because out of many materials, glass is one of the best material compared to crystal, powder, semiconductor, and so on. And now, glass is the only material that can be fabricated from bulky to complex miniature size, such as optical fibers. I repeat once again, no other material can be used like this. You can see bulky windows of glasses, and you can see optical fibers which is having micron size of core and clad and having length of 100 kilometers or even few kilometers. And now this glass is already seen long ago. If you go to old monuments, port or massive constructions, where you can see rock and mud and also color glasses. No steel, no cement, no iron rods. That means the glass exists long ago. That's what I can say. And now just you see, once upon a time, glass is only a decorative, but now it is very special and technologically very important material. Similarly, once we named rare earths, maybe rarely available on that day, but now it is used everywhere, everyone, anytime in our day, in and out, in all our walks of life. In all science and technology, medicine technology, rare earths are playing significant role, particularly rare earth doped glasses. And now just you see, these are all the classes which you can see day in and day out. And now if you go to chemistry lab, we can see there are so many bakers, pipettes and so on made of a glass. If you go to physics lab, you can see the lenses. And similarly, if you go to zoology, medicine, wherever you go to research lab, you can see something is made of a glass. And this is a decorative glass available in ports and monuments long ago. And these are all the materials made of the glass. And you can think that your cell phone is covered by a shield glass, and your laptop is shielded by glass, and your TV screen, everywhere there is a glass. And now, see, there are colored glass. You will get attractive glass made of a glass only, just to see whatever you want. Today, we are able to see so many jewelry industries where those glasses are coming from this only. Just to see, another important point is, there is a train completely made of a glass only. If you go to website of Canada Tourism, and there is a train that takes people to have a tourist from one to other part. And suppose a family is entering in a train boarding with 2 children, those 2 children always fight to want to sit window side. And now the train is constructed in such a way, you can sit wherever you want. You can see the entire scenery 360 degrees. That is possible only because made of a glass. And now just see, there are so many monuments made of a glass, so many buildings, so many railway stations, so many. If you go to Germany, Berlin railway station was made of entire glasses only. I repeat once again, in Germany, Berlin railway station was made of entire glass. And also the other important point is, just now you know what is organic light emitting diodes. Similarly, in a glass, if you dope some emitting devices, depending upon the apply voltage, those glasses are able to emit blue, green and red. I mean, you can illuminate the entire building or entire monument in different colors with no time. In the conventional, if the color wants to be changed, you have to remove the old color, you have to put new color, and this is really risky. And that is ruled out nowadays because of light emitting materials made of inorganic or organic or whatever it may be. And now, as I told you, the glass is the only material which can be used to fabricate bulky materials to bulky, such as window glasses to optical fibers. You can see a core and clad. Core is just only few microns, I mean hardly 10 to 20 microns if it is single mode. If it is multi-mode, maybe 120 microns. And again surrounded by cladding material, which is another 50 nanometers extra. So entire core and clad is made of a glass, and you can see few kilometers length without any defect, highly homogeneous. It is not possible only in glasses. But similarly, if at all you want to get high energy and high power, the gain media should be as big as possible. My dear friends, if we take a semiconductor, even or an organic molecule or whatever it may be, there is a dimensional restrictions. Suppose if at all a laser gain media is made of a glass material, and now the glass can be fabricated in bulky size. So the laser output depends upon the dimension of the gain media. So high energy and high power can be generated if at all the laser gain media is made of a glass. One can generate the energy even higher than the sunlight. And similarly, if at all the glass is made of a fiber, you are able to increase the gain length. I mean, the gain media is so long so that you can generate as much power as you want. So optical fibers and optical fiber lasers and made of a glass is really an attractive situation. That is what I want to tell you. The glass is really an important material, particularly for photonic devices, which is nothing but display devices or laser gain media, fiber optics or sensors and so on. And now just to see here, just spectroscopy is a fundamental tool to analyze the material. Suppose this is the material to be analyzed, and now this material is allowed to interact with electromagnetic wave, and this is the medium and this electromagnetic wave, and the material interacts with the incident electromagnetic wave. Depending upon the material, the incident energy may be elastic scattering, I mean same energy is coming out. Sometimes energy may be gained, sometimes energy may be lost. I mean, you can see yellow and green when blue light is there. That means the energy may be enhanced or energy may be less, or some energy may be converted into heat. And now all these things can be reflected the material properties, because once the radiation falls as the material and the radiation gets modulated, that modulation may change its energy, I mean the wavelength or intensity or phase or polarization. By evaluating change in energy or intensity or phase or polarization, I can get the entire fingerprint analysis of the material. This material may be a material synthesized in the organic laboratory or in inorganic laboratory, or a material collected from the moon or sun, or a biomaterial or whatever it may be. The analytical techniques are same. So spectroscopy is the powerful tool to analyze how matter responds when perturbed by an electromagnetic field. And now, depending upon the electromagnetic waves, you can use X-rays or visible or infrared radiation, what you are looking for. And now, since we are talking about nanoscience and nanotechnology. Now, but my dear friends, the part of electromagnetic waves, excuse me, resound is coming. Organize for it. Hello? Please switch off all the microphones. Hello? Is it okay? Hello?
Participants are requested to mute the microphone.
Please, sir. Please, sir. Now is it okay? Are you?
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, sir. No problem, sir. Okay, Professor.
Sir, you are the unmute the mic, sir. Please. Sir, வந்து mute பண்ணி பேசுறாங்க. Sir, hello, sir. I request you to unmute mic, sir.
Professor Jayasankar, sir.
Okay.
Kindly unmute the mic. Yeah.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. It's audible now.
Now is it okay? Is it okay, sir?
Oh, okay, sir. Okay.
And now people are talking about nanoscience and nanotechnology. And now if you see the electromagnetic waves, the X-rays are in nanoscale. These X-rays have been used to material properties. You see, X-ray diffraction is an important tool to find out is it crystalline material, non-crystalline material. If it is crystalline, cubic or hexagonal, tetragonal, only through X-ray diffraction. So the X-rays which are having nanoscale have already done tremendous job in the birth of the Nobel Prize itself. And similarly, the medical, you can see by taking the X-ray images of the human being, you can see whether the bone is fractured or cracked or damaged or partially. Everything will be analyzed by using the X-rays which are in the nanoscale. So nanoscience has been started even long ago, not now. That's what I want to stress you. And now just to see, this is the periodic table. There are so many elements, lanthanides, actinides, sanction elements, and so on. Out of this, we are talking about, I'm going to consider only the 4F elements. And now, you see, here there is a inert crystal. For example, chromium 3 plus doped in Al2O3 Al2O3 is inert inorganic crystal in which I am able to dilute some active ions. Here I am using these spectroscopically active ions. Depending upon this active environment, the active ions emission or optical properties or spectroscopic properties are going to change. So this is what my research concerns. We are changing different environment, and now we are looking what is the modulation in the optical properties of these active ions, and by quantifying these properties like covalent nature, ionic nature, and symmetry, and so on, whatnot. And with that, I am able to tell whether that material is having some practical applications or not. Even if I am not having a practical applications, I can tell the science of the newly synthesized materials. The science of any material is very, very important, and that will allow you to compare with the unused and used and so on. And now just to see, these are all because of electronic configuration. If you see, the active ions are from 4F elements. These active ions are shielded by 5s to 5p6, and because of that, you are able to get very sharp lines and also many metastable states and so on. Just to see the radial distribution function of the F block elements, and if you see the radius of the F block elements, this is shorter than the longer radial extent of 5s to 5p6, and 5s to 5p6 is having a longer radial distance. And what will happen is, even though the valency electrons are available in 4f orbit, that is shielded by larger radial extent 5s and 5p occupied orbitals, and because of that, the 4f electrons are giving very sharp lines because the ligand environment is not that much of strong. Similarly, the ligand environment is not that much of weak. I repeat once again, the ligand field experienced by 4f elements are not that much of strong. At the same time, is not that much of weak. So there is an optimization to get spectral reprints or fingerprints of the 4f elements in different environments. And just to see, and if you see the rare elements, there are 14 elements, and each element is having its own characteristic lines: blue, green, red, yellow, and IR region, and so on. And these elements, energy levels can be tuned according to the environment. And now, as I told you, because of shielding of the 4f elements, rares are found in the trivalent state. Metastable states emit narrow line with high intensity, high refraction with relative low dispersion, and selective absorption and loops in the entire region. And there are some rare ions which we can look for it. And now, my dear friends, here the fundamentals I am talking about. You see, when the system or molecule or complex gets energy, the ground state atoms will go to excited state by stimulated absorption. And once it goes to excited state, it has to come back because it's not stable. While coming back, the excess energy may be lost, either non-radiative or radiative. I repeat once again. And even in the organic light emitting diodes, you have seen the phosphorescence, fluorescence, and so on. There are permitted transitions, allowed transitions, singlet to singlet, triplet to triplet, like that in the organic molecules. Similarly, depending upon the energy levels, depending upon the selection rule, depending upon the environment, the excited atom will come back to ground state either radiatively or non-radiatively, or by combining both. And now, my dear friends, my intention is I have to get the emission. In order to get the strong or intense emission, I have to minimize the non-radiative process. This non-radiative process can be minimized by proper selection of the environment for an active ion. So by playing trial and error, I can keep on changing the host material. I can minimize the non-radiative and I can enhance the radiative properties. And that is what our research is. And we take different lanthanide ions having different energy level structure, and we are having different types of glasses. If you go to the history of glass, there are different glasses like borate, phosphate, silicate, telluride, germanate. There are so many different types of glasses. And by modifying the glass composition, you can produce infinite number of glasses. Like in organic molecules also, you can take one hydrogen out and you can add one more chain. So you can able to poly molecules, you are able to generate organic molecules. Similarly, in glasses, you can prepare as many glasses as you can, and you can tune the optical properties, and also you can get whatever you want. And just to see, this is the metal ion, active ion, and this is the ligand environment. Depending upon the coordination, geometry, bond angle, bond length, with the emission property position and off field and area under the curve, these properties gets modulated depending upon the environment. So by selecting proper environment and by tuning these properties, I can get either white light emission or laser gain media or optical sensors or fluorescence intensity, whatever it may be. And now, as I told you, there are different types of glasses, phosphate, silicates, and so on. The non-radiated process depends upon the phonon energy, and the phonon energy is more, then multi-phonon relaxation is very, very high, and therefore the non-radiated process is going to dominate. I repeat once again, even organic molecules or inorganic molecules, phonon energy is the dictating factor to tune luminescence and radiative and non-radiative process. All depends upon the phonon energy. And now, my dear friends, I'm just giving one example of preparing the dispersive doped glasses, and I have chosen the phosphate based glasses, and I have added different zinc oxide, potassium oxide, aluminum oxide, sodium oxide. These are added in order to improve the homogeneity, or in order to improve the stability, in order to improve durability, or whatever it may be, or in order to reduce the melting temperature and so on. I have chosen the modifiers which way I get best phosphate based glasses. And once I am able to choose the glass composition, I can vary, see X, dy, 2 or 3, I mean, dispersive I am going to discuss by varying the concentration. I prepare different glasses, and the melt pinching technique I will tell you later on, and what is the melting, physical properties, optical property, all these things I am able to measure by in the laboratory. And just to see, you take a glass composition, but with stoichiometric ratio or material synthesis is very, very important. And I have chosen the material composition, weighing the sample, grinding the sample, transferring into a crucible, and you have to choose the crucible is silica, platinum, or graphite, depending upon the material what you are choosing, and also depending upon the purity to control. So all these aspects will tell you what type of crucible you have to use. And once the grinded sample is transferred to crucible, and I keep it in a furnace, and I will melt it at particular temperature. These are all trial and error. Before you know what is the phosphate glasses, when you use the modifier, the temperature may enhance or increase, and by using the trial and error, I will fix the melting temperature in such a way at particular temperature the material gets melted, and depending on the duration, I mean 10 minutes or 1 hour, 1.5 hours, during that duration will tell you bubble free and clear cut transparent molten liquid you will get it. So depending upon the temperature, depending upon the duration, I will optimize that the melted solution should be very, very clear and bubble free. And then I am going to put it all of a sudden in a room temperature that is called sudden quenching. You are melting at 1000 or 600 or 1500 depending on the glass composition you are melting. And putting at room temperature, this is nothing but sudden quenching. When you quench it suddenly, this liquid becomes a raw, rigid material, a glass, solid material. And this is the way how glass materials can be prepared. And you are quenching from high temperature to low temperature. Because of this rapid quenching or quick quenching, there might be some stress and strain, and that stress and strain should be induced, removed. Otherwise, the glass piece may break into pieces. So, in order to remove the induced stress and strain during preparation of the glasses, I will anneal it. And once I will anneal it, then I take the glass out and I can polish it, and I can get whatever shape I want. And now I am just measuring very simply the energy levels I have to evaluate. That is nothing but the absorption spectra will give you what are the energy levels and so on, and different color shows the variation in concentration. And similarly, this is the excitation spectra and this is the emission spectra. My dear friends, here I can tell you, dysprosium is very, very important ion. You will see the blue emission and yellow emission and a less intense of red emission. And in order to get the white light, you need blue, green, and red. And now blue is there, and the yellow is nothing but a combination of red and green. So within a single ion, you are able to get a white light if at all you are able to optimize your environment and optimize the concentration. A single ion is able to give you a white light. That's what we are expecting. And by changing the environment, I can see that the blue line and yellowish line is going to get equal intensity. Or if at all I want to get a yellow color, or if I want to get a blue color, I can play around. And just to see, This is the bioluminescence. Just to see, if you in Brazil, there is some seashore where you just walk on the water, because of your mechanical friction, you will see beautiful colors. This is a natural example how a color can be produced. Very beautiful, very, very beautiful. Just to see, when you walk on the seashore, wherever you put your foot, you will get, just to see, you step in and you can see the blue colors. And similarly, some mushrooms and the insects, these are all bioluminescence materials. And this will inspire you how these can be fabricated in the lab, that may be organic or inorganic, and that needs a rigorous research, creativity, and so on. And now just to see, for example, the cerium ion gives blue emission, and terbium ions gives green emission, and europium ion gives the red emission. Whether it is inorganic or organic, if at all these are the active ions, if chromium, cerium presence, you will get blue. Terbium presence, you will get green. Europium presence, you will get red. And now you have to optimize these three ions in a different environment. If all these three colors equal, you will get white color. So, but instead of using all these three, I can use dysprosium ion so that I can get white light emission. This is what I want to tell you. Just you see red, green, blue. If these three are equally mixed, you will get white color. And now just you see, a blue color is nothing but due to the dysprosium, and the yellowish color is not from the dysprosium. This yellowish is nothing but combination of red and green. So by changing the environment, I can tune, I can play around to get white light. This is what we have done. We have prepared more than 200 glasses doped with the dysprosium ion, and now just this is all the emission spectra with the concentration dependent. And now, as I told you earlier, what is the transition, what is the peak position, what is the output, and this is nothing but emission cross section. These are all quantified parameters for a particular glass composition. And now that is a concentration dependent, and this is the excitation energy dependent. Just to see, from 450 to 350 nanometer, if at all you are changing your excitation wavelength, then also you can tune the emission properties. And now, not only that one, by changing the concentration, this is very, very important. Luminescence lifetime is very, very metastable states. How short the emission line is going to emit, how long it will emit. Those are also another important parameters. And by changing the dysprosium ion concentration, the lifetime is going to vary. And I have to optimize the concentration in such a way I will get longer decay time is very, very important. For any emitting system, longer emitting time is very, very important. Whereas in the case of scintillators, the lifetime should be short. I repeat once again, for any laser gain media or optical fibers, you need a metastable state where the lifetime should be relatively longer. If at all it is scintillator, the lifetime should be short. So this difference one should know. And now, depending upon the concentration, you see, Madam already takes a Dexter theory or a Foster theory, and this is another model where you can able to see what are the energy transfer parameters, what is the distance between two atoms, and what is the interaction between donor and acceptor, and this is a Y by ratio, I mean yellow to blue, and this will tell you the white light emission properties and so on. And this is the energy level because you might have heard fluorescence, phosphorus, and similarly what the cross relaxation, resonance energy transfer, and how to get blue light, yellow light, and red light. These are all energy level diagrams. These cross relaxation and resonance energy transfer, I am able to quantify because there are some models. In those models, I am able to evaluate precisely these values. This will allow you to compare from one system to the other system and so on. And now just you see, this is a chromacity diagram where you will get the evaluate the quantified white light colors, and depending upon the concentration, you can see this blue line is the white light region, and you are able to tune the white light from one corner to one place to other place by changing the concentration. And similarly, you see what is the Y by ratio and what is the quantum yield and also lifetime, and I am able to vary these things by changing the concentration, and these are also very, very important parameters to optimize the white light. And now earlier I have shown how the concentration influences the variation, and now you can see depending upon the glass composition, I mean these are phosphate glass, these are telluride glasses, these are porophosphate glasses, and so on. And depending upon the glass composition, I am able to tune the white light region from this end to this end. So by changing the glass composition, I'm able to tune the white light. This is also what we have done so far. And now You see, there are some parameters like Juto field parameters, which is very, very important to optimize the transition probabilities based on absorption spectra, and that in turn will allow you to predict radiative properties. I repeat once again, from the absorption spectra, you can quantify the intensity parameters, which is nothing but Juto field parameters, so omega 2, omega 4, omega 6. With the help of these things, without doing emission, I can predict what is the radiative property. That is the beauty of the rare earth spectroscopy. So this will allow you to predict radiative properties. Once you are able to predict radiative properties from absorption spectra, then I can do the experiment. Then I can see what is the difference between predicted and experimental values. There's one kind of research going on. And now, my dear friends, as I told you, we have carried out so many systems, and we are able to compare what the lifetime of the emitting system, what is the energy transfer, what is the internuclear distance, and what is the donor acceptor concentration, and so on. These are all various parameters obtained from various glass companies, because I told you a review. So we have reviewed everything, and now glass can be used also to develop a photonic chip. And the photonic chip is nothing but which will work similar to integrated chip. And now this is a glass piece, and this is a laser beam, and this is a micro lens. And with the help of micro lens, this is a glass piece. With the help of micro lens, I am able to focus the light inside the glass material. At focal point, the energy is such that some properties will change, and I will choose in such a way that change in property is nothing but change in refractive index. That is nothing but increasing of the refractive index. And now I can move the glass piece, I can move laser beam, so that I can draw a line. This line represents the material which has been modified its refractive index, whose refractive index is higher than the surrounding environment. And now, my dear friend, just see the principle of the fiber. The fiber is nothing but core and clad. Core is surrounded by a clad. The core material is having higher refractive index than the clad material, less refract. So here I am able to embed a three-dimensional fiber inside a glass piece by just using ultra-fast laser beams. Now I can adjust laser beam, I can adjust the material properties, and now I can embed three-dimensional fibers inside a glass. Now you might have heard fiber Bragg grating, fiber amplifiers. I mean, I can construct not just a fiber, I can construct fiber Bragg grating, I can construct a fiber amplifier. That means an optical signal can be enhanced or filtered out. I mean, you are able to show mathematics, I mean, filtering, addition, subtraction. So that's what in integrated chip, all our electrical signals will be processed in such a way, added or subtracted or multiplied. So all those things can be carried out within a glass piece. It is nothing but a photonic chip. So photonic chip development is possible only in a glass material, not in crystals, because the crystals cannot be constructed as big as you want. And you can construct a glass piece in such a way, this is going to become a photonic chip, and that's what the future course of action and future ambition for the people. And now just to see, by changing the glass direction and laser beam, you can construct different types of circuits inside a glass piece. And now dysprosium glass and glass ceramics are emerging essential and exciting materials, molecules. As such, its present status on research and development is very much needed. The deliberations organized by SPEAR, I mean the St. Peter Institute Higher Education Research on NVCRAMS-2021 can stimulate creativity in our minds towards Make in India and Made in India, in which at least someone of us from NVCRAMS should be part of it in our future endeavors. And now, in the present study, variety of new and novel displays have been identified, prepared, and characterized by absorption, photoluminescence, decay time, and emission color coordinate measurements. The luminance spectra exhibit emission bands across the UV visible and NI region, and these properties have been quantified, which can also be considered for the development of laser gain media, white light emitting diodes, optical fiber amplifiers, optical sensors, photonic chip, etc. And I thank you very much for patiently listening my talk. And now it is left to the audience or the chairperson to take the session. Hello.
Sir,
Yes, ma'am.
now the session open for discussion.
Professor sir,
Yes,
sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Your talk is really more interesting and more informative.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Because my association with you in terms of research nearly more than 12 years.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You visited our Periyar University in the year 2009.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
To attend as a chief guest of one scientific event organized by Professor Sagar that time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He is the registrar of Algappa University.
Yes, sir. Now he is in charge. Registrar of full page registrar.
These are in charge. These are in charge.
That's what I came to know.
Yes, sir. I feel proud to have a collaboration with you. For each and every occasion, I think any small event or mega event organized by ISPA, and you readily accept and you are doing service. Thank you very much, sir, for
your service is far better than valuable than us, because we are all united to help you. Our motto is to see ISPA is doing best to enrich the knowledge to reach everywhere, every corner of Tamil Nadu. That is your intention. See, you are conducting the seminars all over Tamil Nadu in small. That means you are able to generate resource person even in the small cities. That is really great, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
So
all because of the service rendered by you, like you people.
A team leader is very important. That is very. You see, Indian science is suffering because we are lagging the team leader. And that's why you are lagging. Really, I'm telling. So you have done really good job. And I wish this ISPA should do many more things.
Thank you,
thank you. This will be one of the Optical Society of India. No, ISPA is one among that one.
Thank you.
Expecting.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you. And you have mentioned during your talk, sir, we can construct an optical waveguide device using glasses.
Yes, sir.
And waveguide means propagation of the high frequency waves through the guide.
Optical signals, only optical signals.
Only optical signal.
Only optical. You see, it is nothing but a fiber.
Almost fiber, yeah. No, sir.
The integrated chips will work on electrical signals, while the photonic chips will work on optical signals, because you have seen optoelectronic, electro-optic devices. So interfacing between optics and electronics is difficult. Now we have to construct a device that should work only with optical signal.
Optical signal only, yeah.
That is the motto.
Okay.
That is the desire. That is the ambition of human beings.
Yes, sir. Now I got the clarification, sir, because photonic chip can be fabricated only with a glass. You mentioned.
Yes, sir.
True, yeah, because you fabricate the chip, computer chip using silicon, I think, which emits CFC, large amount of CFC produced.
Okay.
One of the major air pollutant in the atmosphere.
Yes, sir.
But if you device make a photonic chip using glass, I think there is no emission of any air pollutant.
Yes, sir.
I think. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Professor, for your excellent talk, Professor.
Thank you, sir. Any word from the chairperson?
Sir.
Any statement from you, madam?
Yes, sir. Very nice presentation.
No, queries I need, not nice presentation. You have to question me. that is the way to enrich our association or knowledge. I can play. That is not. You have to find out one question. That will I will be happy.
Yes, sir. You have mentioned about the white emission, sir.
Yes.
What evidence, sir, you have confirmed that white emission?
No, because you see, when I use the ultraviolet emission, I can see beautiful white in the glass. That's why I have prepared. We are able to see that white emission in our glasses and quantify the CIG chromosity diagram. I have shown the chromosity diagram. So that in chromosity diagram, whatever the emission properties you are able to quantify, and those parameters are coming within that line. Within that CI chromosity diagram.
Yes, sir.
So that
for that CIA chromaticity, we need electroluminescence.
No, not in there. You see, whether it is electroluminescence, bioluminescence, organ, whatever it may be, you have to get the emission spectra. Once you get the emission spectra, with that I am able to do what is the color coordinates. I need only emission spectra. Need not be organic, need not be inorganic. Even any transit metal based emission also, you see Mn2 plus, iron 2 plus, those are also gives the white emission. So once you have emission spectra, there is a equation called x by x plus yz and y by x plus z. Those things are the equations. With that I can evaluate the color coordinates and then I can draw the diagram.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam.
If absence of any question, we can move to next session by Professor Rita John. Already introduction about Professor Rita John has been delivered in the morning. I think we can start directly. Now I request Professor Rita John to deliver his lecture on Kisler compounds for magneto-electronic devices and spintronic applications. Madam, please.
So very good afternoon, one and all present here. Thank you, Chairperson, for giving me this chance to speak on one of my students' work. So let me share the screen. I think the screen is visible. Madam, is the screen visible now?
Yes, madam.
Yeah.
Yes,
So the title, as she introduced, is Heusler compounds for magneto-electronic devices and spintronic applications. And so the presentation outline is going to be like this. Just a minute. So I would be introducing the Heusler alloys and half metallicity. Why the half metallicity is very important in the advanced materials research. And then the magneto-electronic devices and spintronic applications importance and how they are related with half metallicity and how the density functional theory is going to be used as a tool to identify the appropriate half metallic materials so that they can be proposed for the utilization or application in these magneto devices and spintronic applications. To explain these concepts, I have used the results of one of my PhD students, Dr. Namita, on these quaternary Heusler alloys. I know we are running late, and I don't want to stand between the lunch and in case you are attentive waiting for your lunch. And secondly, I also understand it could be a heterogeneous crowd where some of you are familiar with the density functional theory and some of you are not. And so I'm not going to go in detail of anything, but I would just take an overall understanding of the density functional theory application being applied to quaternary alloys and how that can be used as a tool to identify the half metallicity and propose. So that's going to be the outline of my talk. So to give an introduction to the Heusler alloys, it was discovered way back in 19th century by the German mining engineer. And actually, the interesting feature was found in Ce2MnAl. So now, if you look at it, this combination gives ferromagnetic nature, but individually, you see none of these elements are magnetic. So that was the fascinating thing for Heusler, and therefore he introduced them and called them as a Heusler, called it as a Heusler compound. And that happened in 1903, but it was very slow, and none of them, venture into this. And after 3 decades, the structure was explained, and FCC sublattice was was brought in. I mean, the idea was digged out, and then there was a prediction of half metallic ferromagnetism in some of the combinations with Ni, Mn, and Sb by Groot et al. And Kubler. So they started working after a long break only in 1983. And interestingly, most of the properties could be predicted with the count of the valence electrons. So now we are bringing in a broader science umbrella into a very small thumb rule of just knowing the valence electrons. And ultimately, the periodic table is nothing but arrangement of elements from left to right just by incrementing the number of electrons. And therefore, the successive one, the nearby two elements that differ so much in their behavior pattern when just they differ with their valence electron. And therefore, this is one area where we are able to explore the properties just with the count of the valence electron. But you see the end result of it, it is applied in a highly sophisticated technology. So this is another example where we see simple science and simple scientific understanding and the insight can help us to go and reach out to high-end technology of the day. So that's about the Heusler compounds. And now coming to them, what are the Heusler alloys? So we do have specifications, and now, of course, people are digging out and they are coming out with a few more. But the explored one is this: the combination, the ternary intermetallic compounds X2YZ in the ratio 2:1, where this XYZ, where X and Y, if you see, X are taken from this transition metal group. So some of them are 3D and some of them are 4D. And Y is again from the transition, so two transition combination, and then Z is from the sp group, and that is how the combination was arrived at. So, and let me just go to the next crystal structure. So, how do we get to different types of Heusler compounds or Heusler alloys? Heusler alloys crystallize in different structures consisting of 4 interpenetrating FCC sublattices. So now you will be able to identify 4 different combinations in this. So based on their positioning, we can classify them as semi-Heusler, full Heusler, quaternary Heusler, and inverse Heusler. Easy to understand just by looking at the full Heusler. Full Heusler, it's a very simple crystal structure which you can easily understand. Just look at the position. So if A and so A is a transition element, and the C is a transition, and two of them from the same, that is the X2 of them, and they are alternatively placed like this. And in this case, if the position of the Y is this position, now you will be able to identify these body-centered positions. So if you assume this to be one body-centered, this is another body-centered, and this is another one, 4 of them, you'd be able to see the opposite things. So these two have got a Z, and this is X. So when we interchange X and Y position, then what you have is an inverse Heusler. And otherwise, if you leave this position free, that means you don't keep anything, just have XYZ combination, then it is a semi-Heusler. When you have 2 different transition elements, just like the full Heusler, you can arrive at the quaternary Heusler compound. So basically, the choice of your X, Y, and Z or 2 different combinations that will give rise to different category of Heusler alloys. And now, how we go from this simple understanding to the advanced one. So Heusler alloys with half metallicity, because we should also understand why you look at for half metallicity. So half metallic materials have semiconducting behavior in one spin band and a gap at the Fermi level. So one spin, if you can polarize the spin, or you can have the up spin as and call it the one channel of spin, and down spin another channel. If one channel is realized in the reciprocal space to have metallic behavior, and you see the gap in another channel, then you can call it half metallic material. So they have promising applications. So what kind of promising applications they do have? Such combinations which show half metallicity are excellent materials for spintronic devices like spin injectors, magnetic random access memories, magnetic sensors, especially giant magnetoresistance and magnetic tunneling, and other spin polarization and spintronic devices. So just a word, since I gave magnetoelectronics device, so why magnetoelectronics is important? Because we are talking about advanced material. So this is an excellent title. I would like to congratulate Professor Gunasekharan and the team, because Professor Gunasekharan all the time takes the current title, so which I have been watching so many years. And so this is one title where we call it advanced materials. You pull in people from different walks of life and different methodology they use for investigation. Ultimately, this synergy converges to a particular technology, and then you get a holistic perspective of how advanced materials are investigated. So therefore, I thought of giving just magnetoelectronics as an example and chose this in my title. So in magnetoelectronics, it's a new technology used, which is to store, display, and process information based on changes brought about by magnetic fields in the electrical properties of a material. So in the electrical property of the material, you can bring in the change by the magnetic field. That's the first information. Then it can be converted into electrical signal by means of quantum mechanical effects. And this, next, what is the principle of this giant magnetoresistance? So giant magnetoresistance is something which is coveted when it comes to advanced material research, because it shows the anisotropic nature in this resistance. So how did we, where is the origin of this anisotropic magnetoresistance? So it goes back to 1857, as one of the speakers pointed out. Some of the very basic and innovative ideas were introduced hundreds of years back, and all that we are doing is application, extension, usage of advanced technology, and usage of advanced theoretical modeling to explore that innovation and bring it into application as advanced materials. So it goes back to 1857 by Lord Kelvin. So he said, when a current is passed through a magnetic conductor, the resistance changes based on the relative angle between the current and conductor's magnetization. So he simply said, so when a current is passed through a magnetic conductor, resistance changes. So as simple as between the current and the conductor magnetization, which is known to us. So now, from knowing where we are going, so now anisotropic, the resistance increases when this continuation. So resistance increases when current is perpendicular to the magnetization, and decreases when current is parallel to magnetization. Because in the current carrying conductor, we talked about the magnetization, if the magnetic material, and then if the resistance varies. So resistance variation, the current is perpendicular to the magnetization, then it is resistance increase. Otherwise, it decrease. And this was because of the spin orbit coupling. Now we know it's because of the electron, coupling. So now this idea was used as the basis for hard drive reading before the giant magnetoresistance. So this is the known field. This from the known we go to the advanced. Here the idea is spin orbit coupling. So if we can deal with the spin orbit coupling, theoretically you can simulate, you can visualize what the spin orbit coupling can do. Or in other words, theoretically you just polarize, you have a spin up channel and view the electronic bands in the reciprocal space, which is nothing but what the spin of electrons are doing in the reciprocal space. Energy versus K. That's the FT result. So, and similarly, you do the spin down channel and visualize, diagrammatically see what they are doing in the reciprocal space. Gives lot of information which is very useful for today's advanced technological devices. So this is what is used. And now the science electrical conductivity in metals can be described. So yes, I think I just explained to you. So let me not deal with it more to save time. That's enough now for the understanding. So now let me go to the presentation of the results, where I may deal with structural or electronic magnetic properties or interlinks. For this set of the quaternary Heusler alloys, and this is the PhD work of my student Namita Andakoshi. So let me just take the half metallic behavior. So now the point is, I need to look for half metallicity. How do I look? Polarize, make it into two channel, just look for it. So must have features of a metal in spin-up channel and gap in spin-down channel. It's not necessary always a spin-up should be a metal. The reverse is also observed, which we have reported. So the conditions that I need to look for here is compound must have integer magnetic moment. This is another one. See, I said the basic science is useful. So if you can identify the combination which would give integer magnetic moment and which would also obey Slater-Pauling rule. Slater-Pauling rule is a thumb rule, a simple rule which can be used. So let me just explain what the Slater-Pauling rule is. This is nothing but the relationship between the number of valence electron per formula unit and the magnetic moment, as simple as this. So now if Z is the number of valence electrons, so which is nothing but some of them may have, so out of the Z, some of them may have upspin, some of them has downspin. So you can say N up and N down, that makes it. So what is magnetic moment? Magnetic moment is the difference between the total spin up and the total spin down. So now this idea is going to be used. So whenever we have the full Heusler, the full Heusler compounds have number of occupied minority bands, which I'm going to show you now, per formula unit will have 12. If it is half Heusler, has 9. This is beautiful systematism which we are able to dig out. So in this, which I'm going to use, so let me just show this formula, the thumb rule. So the spin magnetic moment is ZT minus. So what is it? ZT is nothing but the total of this N up plus N down. And if I have to write so N up in terms of N down, I just have to take it to this side. As simple. So let me just say Z is the total number of electrons, some of the spin up and spin down electrons. So I can just call it MT, that is a total magnetic moment, to be ZT minus 18 or minus 24. Let it be as a rule. I'll apply for these compounds, then it becomes clear. So now I just said about the importance of half metallicity in Heusler alloys. A word about density functional theory very quickly. So density functional theory is an inevitable tool in dealing with multiple interaction of electrons and ions. So when you take a solid, you make a combination, it forms in a particular crystal structure with a conducive type of the bonding, takes its equilibrium position, all that is fine. But when you introduce the interactions among the electrons, among the ion core, interaction between the electron and the ion core, it becomes a cumbersome term. That is called many body problem. So even for hydrogen, writing potential is easy, but how about when the number of electrons are increasing? Then you need to go for approximation. So this is how it started. So we started with the free electron theory, which said the energy in the reciprocal space. By the way, reciprocal space is the space where we do the calculation. So instead of coordinate in real space, we use the K. So this, the first theory said it will be parabolic. Second theory said there will be a gap. Then the third theory, that is a KP model, talked about the bands and all that, but the actual picturization of the band was given by density functional theory. So now we are going to arrive at this only. And they got the result thanks to Walter Kohn, who won Nobel Prize for his density functional theory. I had the privilege of meeting Walter Kohn. So all along, I'm dealing only with the density functional theory, and that was the theory my mentor also, Professor Shubhani, also did. I'm continuing that for so many, more than 2 decades. And this is Dr. Walter Kohn. And now a word, simple idea in quantum mechanics. All that they did is, if somebody is experimentalist, you want to have just a bird's eye view of it, let me just finish in 3 slides. If the ground state, always in quantum mechanics, we say wave function. But now, slightly different concept. Don't talk about wave function all the time, but convert that into the electron density. So in the ground state, you have all theories developed will be for ground state. So for the ground state, you see instead you do the electron density. So mod psi square minus c, that it would give you the electron density. That's the only idea from this slide. And then the electron density is a functional. So the functional dependent means a function of a function. So every wave function with a location r, and then you convert it in, transfer it into density, and then energy. So energy depends on electron density. And that electron density in turn depends on one electron wave function. That's idea from this slide. And first theorem. The second theorem, first theorem simply says, look at the density of the electrons to get the property. The second theorem simply says, you can find the energy function. Ultimately, energy is the main term, which is going to give us the information. So now the energy functional E is having 2 components. One is the known part. What is the known part? Schrodinger equation is well known to us, which has the potential. So minus h cross square by 2m del square psi plus v psi is equal to E psi. That potential is having kinetic part, potential part. That is a known. So what is the kinetic potential? That potential in turn among the electronic interaction, electron-ion interaction, ion-ion interaction. That is known to us. And that potential, when it is taken into account, that the energy is given, that's the known part. And then what is that unknown part? That's the most important thing, which is called exchange correlation. So these electrons are not as simple as we think. They do have understanding amongst each other. They do exchange a field amongst each other. And they do correlate in their motion. It's not random motion, correlated motion. Who would take care of this correlated interaction? Who would take care of this kind of a exchange that they have? That part is also contributing to energy. So you need to bring in Schrodinger equation. It's not possible, and therefore you go to Kohn-Sham equation. I skipped all details, so I'm just straight away going to Kohn-Sham equation. So this is the Kohn-Sham equation. That's the DFT equation, which has 3 potential. So what is the interaction between an electron and the collection of atomic nuclei interaction term? This is the Hartree potential term. So Hartree potential between electron and electron density, where each electron interacts with the remaining density of the remaining electron. So some of you who do Gaussian and some of the calculations, you will predominantly deal with this Hartree potential. You take this Hartree potential in your energy calculation and you get only the Hartree term. So Hartree's theory is further extended, is used into the Kohn-Sham equation like this. And in addition, this potential term is also introduced, which is exchange correlation. So putting all the 3 gives a fine-tuned 1 electron energy, which in turn is used in the calculation of total energy. I'm skipping that part. Then you get DFT. So some experimentalists, sometimes you use this for especially the spectroscopists, you use Hartree and then you do DFT and compare the results. Then there is strong correlation among the elements that you have taken. When there is a heavy atom involved, definitely DFT results and your Hartree result will have different results. If you have to have the results which are, where the both of them do not vary much, then you need to use appropriate exchange correlation. depending on the type of bonding, the size of the atom, and the interaction amongst them. So that's a piece of information about Hartree's term and density functional theory results. Now, let me skip the computational details unless somebody is very much interested. So we have taken care of all that. Now, after giving this small insight or a bedside view of what density functional theory is, let me go and use the results, show you the results of the half-Heusler metallicity, half-metallicity searched amongst the Heusler alloys chosen. And then I would use density functional theory, the computation code, and then I would show you the results and tell you how the results shows and choose some of them as half metallic and some of them are not half metallic, even though they are Heusler alloys. And then how this rate of Pauling rule, thumb rule, goes in line with this advanced quantum mechanical calculation. So now the parent Heusler compound, that is Fe2NBAl. So if you can replace this one Fe by CO, yes, you can do that. So CO FeNBAl, and then this NB inter. This is how we tailor-make compounds. When you tailor-make compounds, the theoretical investigation becomes handy because you have the option of calculating total energy and minimizing self-consistency is checked. So you ensure that that particular compound actually forms before going for other calculations. And therefore, with this insight we have done, of course, all that we have done is we have chosen this combination, and so you can see. So we are dealing with this. So cobalt and iron, here is cobalt and here is iron. So two of them from the transition element. And here in this combination sp elements, we have taken from the third group aluminium, indium, from the fourth group silicon, germanium, and tin, from the fifth group only sp. So don't bother about, I'm not going into the analysis of it, but just to show you how the density functional theory is used. Now, coming to this, so Fe2NBAl, I said that's the parent, but by resubstitution or replacing, I have come to this particular one example I have taken. Just want to show you the parent ternary compound Fe2NBAl, which is a semiconductor with the indirect band gap of 0.3 electron volt. But when I replace iron by cobalt, then it comes to half metallic with a spin gap of this is total semiconductor, so we cannot use it. But here it is half metallic, but with a spin flip gap of 0.344 electron volt. This is the outlet. Let me just go into the results. So now, as I said, the positioning. So somebody who's very much interested in crystals or the crystal structures would say how you would endorse. Yes, cobalt should take this position and iron should be in that position. There also precautions should be taken and self-consistency should be checked. And all the four combination which is taking. So in all these four cases, A, B, C, aluminium is kept in this position and which is not changed, and then niobium here and iron here and cobalt here, and so that's the next position. So we have shifted the positions accordingly, but without yeah. So this is another combination. So here I have shown you the positioning. So at the atomic position, the Z is fixed. Z is this one. This one, Z is fixed. Between this iron, cobalt, and niobium, the transition, all the three, we are just transition element positioning. We keep the cobalt in this position and then niobium and iron in different positions and check the total energy. And we are just calling it type 1, type 2, and type 3. And here are the results. So in the type 1 results, we have done the density functional calculation for all the three combinations. The total energy, of course, the strength is, bulk modulus is also measured, but that's not going to be taken by me for the analysis now. But in all the cases, we see total energy is a minimum in the case of type 1, and type 1 combination. So we are going to take the type 1 positioning of cobalt, iron, and niobium, and do the total further calculations. That is the Brillouins in the first Brillouin, that is the band structure calculation, and that is sure for all of them. So for all the combinations that we have done, all the 7 combinations, only type 1 is favored, and therefore that's chosen. And now, before getting into that, I want to give you the results straight away and then show you in the band structure. So now, of all these things that we have calculated in the band structure, we say we look for no gap at EF in the minority, in the majority, that is spin up channel. That means spin up should be metal and spin down should be having the gap. That is a semiconducting nature. Who are all showing this? Whoever is showing is having half metallicity. So now you see the combination when, of course, cobalt, iron, and niobium are kept the same. Aluminium, when it is Z is replaced with aluminium, it is showing half metal, and germanium and tin half metal. But when it comes to silicon, it shows a nearly half metallic behavior. Let me just, so the remaining are not chosen. So now this is the band structure result. So the band structure is nothing but energy versus K. So these are energy versus K. Let me enlarge it. So this is the valence band, and these are the conduction band. This is EF. This is the spin up channel. So in the spin up channel, if you see the bands crossing. So if the bands are crossing EF, that's metallic. If they don't cross, then it is semiconductor. So in the up channel, spin up channel, we are able to see the bands crossing. And in the spin down channel, we don't see any of the bands. Of course, we all know the electrons at the Fermi only will be active. At the Fermi, the bands do not cross in this particular case. So we just measure, and if the top of the valence band, bottom of the conduction band are along the same K point, then it is direct semiconductor. And that's the behavior we see in when the Z element is aluminum. Yes, now it is chosen as half metallic material. Next. You can also do the further study on density of states. Density of states is nothing but the distribution. It gives the distribution energetically, or number of states per unit energy range. So we are interested in occupied states at the Fermi. So the dotted line is the Fermi, and the positive side, this is the up, and this is the down channel, and the left side is the valence or the bound states, which are occupied by delocalized electrons, and this is the localized electrons or the conduction band it corresponds to. Now the top is the spin up, and this is spin down channel. Look at this, dotted line is Fermi. Definitely there are states occupying at the Fermi and also crossing. So this many states are occupied at Fermi, and therefore up channel is having metallic behavior. The down channel definitely has 0, and there is a gap between the two, the localized and the bound state and the unbound states, and therefore semiconducting in nature. Again, the DOS of NDOS is this half metallic behavior. So this compound can be chosen for our application. So if you want to know further, so these are all part of theory. You want to know who are all crossing, you can still polarize. This is the band structure. This is the density of states, exclusively showing the contribution and the distribution of aluminum S state and P state, cobalt D state, and niobium D states, and iron D states. And you will be able to, so this idea will help you to further tune or make a tailor-made compound. That's all about this slide. Now, again, I want to very quickly, so since I have showed you one, The remaining I will very quickly pass by. So in this case, if you see this MBJ is just to I mean, these are correlation functions. Functionals, I'm not going to go into theory deeper here. So now when you see in this case, this is showing metallic behavior, and this here it is showing how semiconducting behavior. So when Z is substituted with Sn, tin, this can also be a half metal, and you can just do the same thing, endorse it with density of states. So we are able to endorse it with density of states. Whenever this Z is silicon, it's almost touching. So very feeble the states in the metallic state also. That's why we are calling it, this has to be tested by experimentalists. So this is proposed as a nearly half metal by us. And these two, so when germanium is included, tin is included, we are not able to, so in this case, we are not.
Madam?
Yes?
Sorry for intervening. Please try to finish.
So, yes, I will conclude. So this is the contrary. So on the contrary, if you see the other one, say indium, when Z is substituted with indium, keeping these three common, we are able to see whether both in the up channel and in the down channel, they show metallic nature, and therefore we cannot accept them as a half metallic material. So you see metallic behavior in both. So these are all the things. So to conclude, so let's move magnetic moment calculation. Just 2 minutes, I will conclude. The spin magnetic moment mu b is the difference between number of spin up occupied states and spin down occupied states. So all that we need to do is total number of valence electrons you should see, and how many ever is occupied, the remaining should be unoccupied. The difference between the two should give magnetic moment calculation. So in this case, we so from the band structure we can calculate, and we can count how many are actually
Ma'am,
states.
sorry for the interruption.
So now,
Can you just complete it, ma'am? Because already 1 minute short of time, we have to give a lunch break.
Yes, I will do this.
If you could conclude, yeah.
Yeah, I will conclude. So from this combination, you can see the total number of electrons. So from valence electron is 25, and number of occupied from the band, it shows 12. So total is 25 minus 12 is 13. And so the difference between 13 and 12 is 1, so which is integer. And here if you see 12, 14 difference, so all these are integer. But you can do the same thing from the band structure calculation also. And from the band structure, we see whichever showed half metallic had the integer spin, others had fractional spin. And therefore, to conclude, we are able to very effectively use density functional theory for tailor making compounds. And from this compound, we are able to check the spin magnetic moment scales with number of valence electrons, that is about the integer spin as suggested by Slater-Pauling rule, and advanced density functional theory calculations with all precautions also endorse this, and therefore we are able to identify half metallic compounds and suggest for spintronics and giant magnetoresistance applications. Thank all my students. I want to acknowledge all my students. I am not having time to read out, and so thanks all of you for your patient listening. Hope I just gave some ideas, some glimpses of what the density function theory can do.
Yeah, ma'am, I have a doubt. Can I ask you, ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah, you said advanced functional theory, advanced density functional theory. What is the software that is used? Like, do we use the same software that we use it for DFT? Or is it some other?
See, the advanced, just a minute.
It's Gaussian 9 only,
See,
ma'am.
Gaussian 3W, yeah, I don't know how the exchange correlations. This is advanced code. So you have different codes. You can have VASP, you can have Win 2K, you can have Crystal 09, you can have Quantum Espresso. So the base is the same. I showed you one potential term as exchange correlation, right? There the advancement comes. So with the basic understanding of bonding, with the experience, you have to choose it. But most of the time, our students just do it without choosing. And sometimes we need to do Hubbard correction, which can be externally done. So you need to tamper the code and introduce that potential. If you introduce that potential and do your calculation, you will get wonderful results.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Professor Rita Jan, madam.
Thank you, sir.
I think you are really fortunate because you met the water cone, Professor Water Cone, founder of DFT in person.
Yes.
But you have studied about his history, no problem. In person, you have met him.
Yes, sir.
And you have given a beautiful explanation for what is a density function theory, and you have given the very beautiful explanation, just a definition. One small clarification, madam.
Yes, sir.
Because you are very good in DFT, quantum chemical calculations. I have referred a number of papers. I think after making DFT calculations and HOMO-LUMO calculations, a difference is found to be that is a band gap energy. The band gap energy is this value, this becomes a soft molecule. Otherwise, a hard molecule, they are saying. But different people, they are giving the range of the band gap different values for soft and hard molecules. What is your suggestion, madam?
Again, this is the case. See, we have some very basic correlation. That is the functional. The third potential is the tricky term in density functional theory. There, sir, there's two basic, something called a local density approximation, gradient approximation, sir. So the hybrid, hybridization, the molecules, you have hybridization now, sir. When the hybridization is very strong, if you are going to put a localized type of the potential over there, it's all mathematical equation. Then you will not get the results, sir. So depending on hybridization, you use GGA instead, it will give better results, sir. Sometimes it will not be between the two, you have to do hybrid. So you need to hybrid the two, or you should do Hubbard correction, sir. That is the reason. Professor Gunasekharan, I want to tell you something. After getting inspiration from today, I was planning to have a density functional theory workshop. I even told maybe I will do a very basic ideas of density functional theory with simple understanding. Conceptually, I want to present. So that can be my contribution.
Okay, madam.
Yes, sir.
We'll do it, madam. With the Colorado shop ISPA, we can have a workshop, one-day workshop.
Yes,
is better.
So I can take some classic cases, and if the students or somebody can give, like the questions you asked and madam asked, I can give with some example also. So I can pre-prepare and clarify people. So there is a gap between theoreticians and experimentalists. So people like you can.
So Rita madam, kindly start from university, ma'am. Kindly start from our university, ma'am.
Yeah,
the workshop.
No, already I did one workshop in my department, but anyway, all these things, University of Madras will be involved, but I'm open for any forum. What I know, I want to give it to people and remove the fear of quantum mechanics. And
Okay.
As a head of theoretical physics department, I want to contribute this.
I know Professor Rita Jan, madam, starting from the Chevalier College, Perambur, then WCC, then Mother Teresa, Kodaikanal, at present currently at Madras University. And I had witnessed, had occasion to observe her activities in all these universities. She has conducted many academic programs more successfully. Even at Kodaikanal, very difficult to organize the international conference. I think you organized that time, nearly about 10 years before. Okay, madam?
Yes, sir.
So thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much for your nice presentation.
Profile itself was going up to 44 pages, sir. Rita Jan madam profile.
Yeah.
It went up to 44 pages, so we could not
My book also, Solid State Physics, published by Tata McGraw-Hill, is recommended by UGC for reference book. In that, there is one chapter for beginners, I'm saying, 6th chapter, after explaining fundamental many-body problem, Hartree I have explained in simple conceptual understanding, and then I have given overall view of density function theory. If you happen to have that book, you can refer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Chairperson, madam.
Sir.
Professor Jayaraj, can we
Sir.
continue the session now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So, density functional theory and especially the.
Sir.
So we can conclude the session now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So in this first session by Professor C.K.
lunch session, and maybe we will have a half an hour lunch session. We will have.
And followed by Professor Rita Jan has explained their.
Thank you very much all the participants for your
given to
patience.
this conference without any clarifications or the absence of any questions. Now we are in stage 2. Go for lunch.
Gunashekaran sir, can we stop, sir? We will meet at 3 o'clock, sir.
Yeah. Let us adjourn for the lunch. Yeah, now.
What time next session starts? Time, tell me time, please.
3 o'clock, sir. Yeah.
3 o'clock, sir. 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. 3 o'clock, sir.
Okay. That's also important.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir. Well done.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you,
Professor Rita Jan, madam. Thank you, Dr. Jayabharati, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.